Alright, how's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Apologies for background noise. They've been leaf blowing for, I shit you not, right now it's 10:31 a.m. Eastern Time. They've been leaf blowing for 2.5 full hours. And I don't fucking understand because I have more grass in my goddamn armpit than they do on their fucking property. But, ah, ah. Hey, loading screen. Hey, Mandy. Hey, Fries. Hey, Leah. Leaky. Mick. I'm Izzy. Irish. Poppy. Jester. Oh, have there been developments, Leah? I haven't doom scrolled in a couple hours. Yeah, here, did you get your new mouse? Not yet. I ordered a few things, and despite the fact that it's supposed to be in like 2 packages, at least that's how it indicated on the site when I was tracking the order, it's probably going to be in like 5 different ones. So if I get up a bunch of times throughout the day, that's why. They're blowing a lot. This is just like college. Hey, Spelman, how are you? No developments. I wish. Just next target be big leaf blower based. Hey, Irish, thanks for streaking. What fucking leaves could they possibly have? They're blowing leaves like a circle of, well, yeah, 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 yeah. Alright, so. Like that SpongeBob Reef Blower episode. I'm way less sane than everyone in that episode. Oh, they're updating Fallout 4 again, breaking the mods again. That's funny. What else have I been up to? Oh, just following the meltdown of it. I picked up a term that I like, ball and gun gamers. You know, people who only play sports games and shooters. Um, ball and gun gamers are just still having a meltdown over even just the fact that E33 has been nominated for things. It's so strange. These are the same people who did the same thing when Baldur's Gate came out, so it's just funny to see again. Dude bro gaming, yeah. Hey Beyblade.
You seek help. You are in the right place.
The House of Grief welcomes you and stands ready to ease your troubles.
Pass without trace is a little hungry. That requires some key points. Let's get some key points back. Maybe I finished the quest for once. Ah, that'd be silly.
Cutting to the chase.
Best to hit the terrain.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Oh. Missed. Must have been the wind. While neighing our churs this morning? I don't know what that means, but possibly. Fist equals time for fist, yeah.
Sounds like there's gold inside. Their proceeds?
And I'm looking forward to that mouse. I'm gonna try not to lose my mind about it today.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Also, yeah, my concentration already broke. Didn't have necrotic resist, took a big hit. Still don't have great con. Morning, Tweedledum. Small rant took a mental health hit from work yesterday for the first time ever, mainly because I use all my leave for chronic health issues login today. They act like I took a week off. That's that toxic shit where people who don't want to be responsible for their own shit and know that you won't push back even when you should are just testing to see how far they can push you and guilt you into treating yourself like a human instead of a resource for them to consume. Fuck them. It's a job. It's not your life. You work to live. You don't live to work. You don't owe them shit. In fact, you're still giving them more than you owe them. Fuck them. Hey, David. We joke, are you actually going to test Swash? Not at this run. It's something I'm willing to do in another run. I mean, it's not really a test as much as we know how it'll go. But that's something I'm still down to do at some point, just not right now. Not on this run. Because, like, we know that the perfected version of this concept is either, for once, and I'm happy to give it its flowers, play Halfling, or B11 Rogue. Swash is great fun. Yeah, I've played Swash. Excuse me. Holding that one back for a bit.
Easy path. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I've missed the time for 1d4. Thanks, Bluff. Thanks, Smell. Or be Nimbus. Hey, Remus.
Curious. Looks like someone made a little den for themselves here. Here goes nothing. A mirror that steals memories. Very Sharon.
Cover my boss's job during the shutdown. Wasn't able to take any time off. Just burnt out. Yeah, like, your role in life is not to take care of others' needs incessantly and then take the shit they shove down your throat when you take care of yours for the first time ever. Like, no, absolutely not. Shit's unacceptable. That's a hazing ritual designed to keep us good little worker drones until we fucking die. Nah. Reminds me of this video I saw saying we're more productive than ever with tools we have, still doing the same amount of hours. It's only because companies would rather get more done out of people per hour rather than give them less hours to do the same work.
Softer than a whisper.
Phrase of the day is class consciousness.
What's been done to them?
Can you please explain how to do the mirror? I got confuzzled with it, so I just avoid it. Sure. So what I just did is, hey, Mr. Bushido. What I just did is I went to that little hidey hole over there, and I read that note. It's a note written by, spoilers, Shadowheart before, presumably, the last time she had her memories erased. And it explains that, you know, the mirror takes memories. So there are 3 different ways to get the information that this mirror in this room takes memories. Either you succeed a passive check in the Gauntlet of Shar in Act 2 by the broken mirror, or you read that note in there, or you do a check at the mirror itself. Understanding the purpose of the mirror allows you to offer a prayer to the mirror, which is a DC 25 religion check to pull off. Once you have successfully offered a prayer to the mirror, then offering a memory to it has a chance to give you the desired stat buff that you want. If you've not offered the prayer, you have no chance of getting the stat buff that you want, with a couple of exceptions. One, you can still get, on top of whatever targeted stat you want, there's a chance for you to get a +1 charisma. So what I do is I roll 5 times without offering a prayer, so that I have no chance of locking myself out of being able to roll further, but I still, I do it without having offered the prayer so that I have a chance to get that +1 charisma. And then on the 6th one, I roll the religion check, do the prayer, then I offer a stat. If I don't get it in those 6, then you can give up the knowledge from the Necromancy of Thay. That obviously only works on the character that has done that. And then that guarantees that you are able to get the stat buff that you want. Since it's a DC 25 religion check, you want to have good intelligence if possible. Warped Headband goes crazy. You can do Shapeshifter's Boon as well. For another D4, you can also do Mage's Friend. That's the ring from the Arcane Tower. You can do Guidance if you have that. Because I shot Dame Aelin in the Shadowfell, I got the Dark Justiciar tag here. You can see it on my character sheet. And Dark Justiciars roll this check with advantage. So I have that going for me too. Meaning I don't need to use Enhance ability, I can just use Guidance.
Polished disc.
So I'm not going to offer the prayer here.
The mirror, you must surrender some part of yourself.
Strength.
Your mind, whatever dark. The huge mirror stares down the mirror. You must surrender some part of your.
That's
foreign. You embody whatever the dark. The huge mirror stares them. You must surrender some part of yourself. The gaps to the foreign. You embody whatever dark.
The line we're looking for is disappointment.
Down at you like a great the mirror. You must surrender some part. The gaps till the foreign disappointment
That one.
floods your mind. You were
This is the
sure
+1
to
charisma.
stalemate, but Lord Enver Gortash has stolen your support. All that charming and cajoling in the parlors of the upper city wasted.
Get the +1 charisma without doing the religion check. Not only can you, your chances are maximized because you have no chance of locking yourself out. Remember, you can't roll anymore once you've gotten the desired buff, like outside of the +1 charisma. So if you make it so you cannot succeed on that part of it, you can just keep doing the other rolls, and you have 6 rolls because you have 6 stats. Technically, you have 7 with the Necromancy of Thay.
The huge mirror stares down at
Now I
you
offer the
like
prayer.
a great dark eye.
I'll just go crazy.
You feel the present. The mirror. You must surrender some part of you. The gaps till you feel of the spill where once the mirror
Okay.
showed nothing.
And I
there
got
is
it.
now something. Memories.
Dexterity helps the archery
experiences,
stuff. Wisdom
skills,
helps some like
people
wacky
prized
stuff I'm
from the
doing.
minds of others.
It's harder to boost wisdom than it is
To choose
dexterity.
from.
I think if I really wanted to lean in that direction, I would take wisdom. Let's think about this. I could do some... Hey, Elementalist, welcome in. It's going well so far. I got the +1 charisma, which is not something I always get, even with maximizing the chances. So, I'm happy about that. Still caffeinating, getting ready for actual gameplay and whatnot. I figured starting off with a Mirror of Loss was a good way to give myself time to wake my brain up. That's for free, no stat sacrifice? Yeah, as long as you have the means to remove curse, Mandy, you're good. When you're surrendering part of yourself, actually take anything. Your character is losing memories, but like gameplay-wise, it doesn't change anything. Fun fact about this is, so you see all of these different memories you can get. This wisdom one is Viconia. The other ones are more ambiguous. I can't think of offhand who each of these belong to. But if you're Shadowheart, instead of these, you just get your own memories. they're all just different memories of your own, which is like kind of fucked up. She has given so many memories to the mirror that she's just getting hers back. But like onesie twosies. Quite debating Dex or Wisdom. I just take Strength because I can. I mean, I love having high Strength. So like if I go Strength, I would have 20 Strength without a boost. If I go Dexterity, I'd have 20 Dex. If I go Wisdom, then that puts me in a position where it helps my spell save DC a little, which is not really much of anything, but it would let me lean more into like the silly monk boots that we have on. Maybe I could do an unarmored setup with unarmored defense, wisdom unarmored defense, and like cope and get some value out of that. Like I could do base 17 dex, base 15 strength, base 16 wisdom, weapon master plus everlasting vigor takes my strength to 18, and then so I would have 18 strength, 18 dex, and 18 wisdom. I think that's just kind of funny, but ultimately here's the thing about monk unarmored defense, that's still only 4 AC, and AC is a terrible defensive stat, so it's more funny than practical. Wisdom, yeah. I was doing a Hexblade run with that +3 Riz. How high could I get my charisma to maximize the feature's capabilities? 24. You can go up to 24. Strength and charisma, you can get to 24. Dex, you can only get to 23 until the Act 3 finale. All of the other stats, you're capped out at 23 or lower as well, I believe, until the Act 3 finale. You can get intelligence, charisma, dexterity, and wisdom to 24 in the Act 3 finale, but it has to be in the finale. Otherwise, strength and charisma are the easiest stats to boost in the game. Strength chiefly, but charisma is a somewhat distant second. You theoretically respec prior to doing Mirror of Loss to boost your and get the buff you want, respec back? Yeah, you could. If you wanted to maximize your chances, then being a rogue with religion expertise, if possible, would give you the highest success rate, because it would make it so the lowest you can roll is a 10 with reliable talent. Expertise is +8 by itself to religion, so 20 int, it's +5, expertise plus 8, so that's plus 13. And you could have guidance for minimum plus 14, shapeshifter's boon for minimum plus 15, mage's friend plus 16. Not that you need that, because having minimum plus 15 and reliable talent means you always succeed. You could do bend luck instead as well, yeah. Just rogue's a little easier. What boots? Something called in the right name? Oh yeah, the spunk boots, sorry. Watch my streaks? Thanks for streaking, Shoop. You worked hard on that, I can tell, by the texture. Basically 17 plus Ethel Hair plus 3 from the mirror. What else? You could do Raven Guard's sword that has a cap of 24 on its charisma. Like, there's better weapons to use, but if you did want to specifically pump your charisma, Raven Guard sword is plus 2 up to a cap of 24. Regretting taking Hag Hair for strength, because now my strength's 20 and Ham isn't even adding strength anymore, should have done Dex. Yeah, that's one of the big reasons why I try not to Hag Hair on strength. Sometimes I'll do it, but one of the few components of the game I still don't fully understand. So TLDR, 1, read the note, 2, roll at the mirror without the religion check to get the sacrifice dialogue, line for charisma, plus 1, 3, do the religion check to get the stat of your choice, which dialogue ensures you get the stat boost. Okay, so here's the outline for without the plus 1 charisma. You determine the purpose of the mirror, which reading the note is the easiest way to do that. Then you roll the religion check to offer a prayer. If you succeed in offering the prayer, then you start sacrificing stats to try to get the mirror to acknowledge you, which is RNG. And if it acknowledges you, then it allows you to choose the stat that you want. If you are additionally going for the plus 1 charisma, then to maximize your chances, you want to give away stats without doing the prayer, because that ensures that you cannot be offered the choice of the stat you want. And once you are offered the choice, you cannot roll anymore. So it's possible for you to get the plus 1 charisma after having offered the prayer. It's just you have fewer potential rolls because you can succeed. The reason why I rolled without doing the check was so that I couldn't succeed on that part of it. Reliable talent, religion, expertise, mage's friend, guidance. I mean, you have that at int 23. You could do that, but you don't need to go that high. You can just shapeshifter's boon is one that you forgot. That's 1d4 as well. So reliable talent 10, religion expertise is 18, mage's friend 19, guidance 20, shapeshifter's boon 21. At that point, you only need 18 int to guarantee your success. But you could just go 17 int with warped headband, and then like have only one roll that could fail, if you wanted to. Looks like you're wearing pride shorts right now. It does. Yeah, I'll take dexterity. I thought about wisdom, but talking through it helped. Unfortunately, wisdom is, even at this point in the game, even when you're trying to scale it, it's just not a meaningfully desirable stat.
As you choke down the acrid mushroom, a memory embraces your unlovable carcass.
Nothing stopping me from just respecting correct.
Collection. Shelves of jarred, floating, pickled organs.
If you are down to respec, then doing either rogue with that setup or wild magic sorcerer and spamming bent luck will allow you to guarantee success.
Sceleritas's claws slips, calipers cutting the aorta of the living, screaming victim. This is not your first time unraveling a long intestine left-handed, but the memory...
Okay, anyway. Steel Watch helmet is an option. want blind immunity in this slot. That kind of makes sense, actually. Read open bladder cavity. Yeah. Of the 2 noble stock memories Dirge can get, one of them does allow you to remember that you drowned your butler in someone's bladder. So yeah, I have that +1 to charisma that I have no use for right now, but it's there. Means I won't get penalized shopping with Smuggler's Ring on, I suppose. What a way to go, yeah. Bug National Prison at the end of Act 2 in Honor Mode, Portal disappeared after left game. Ooh, I've not had that one happen. I think I've heard of that. I don't know a fix. Maybe you can use the script extender console to teleport to the appropriate camp, but I don't know if that would update the quest as it needs to be. Actually, it would probably be fine. Are you on PC, Elementalist, by any chance? Yes, PC? Give me 1 second. So if you have script extender enabled, and you have the script extender console enabled, can't dollyport from that one, Mustard. I know that one specifically because Say was trying to dollyport there. You can't get out. At least not in that version of the campsite. But that command will teleport you to Rivington, and quest should still work fine at that point. It'll just put you right at the start of Rivington as if you had, like, gone through the story normally. Had it being bugged and sent me above Rivington, so I was floating above the map. You know that one started when it was the first long rest time change from night to day, so it was wrong in the Act 2 to 3 transition. To fix it, I had to play the whole sequence in one go without loading. I don't think I've ever reloaded that in segment, but that's interesting, Wake. That's definitely a through line, because, like, leaving the game and coming back. Both of you have said that happened. If you pickpocket Dollar and do the murder tribunal with him alive, do you get his XP when Sarevok kills him? No, because Sarevok will only kill him if you gas him up into attacking the tribunal with you. If you pickpocket him and do the tribunal without having dealt with him, he'll just be standing there arguing with the guard on your way out. You can just invis past them, so you don't have to deal with them at all. If that's a solution you prefer. I want Cloud Giant here because I want to be able to move Vola. It's you do multiplayer, that long rest between Act 2 to 3 locks multiplayer characters from joining that sequence. That whole sequence of events should just be done in one go. Personally experienced this. Well, that's how, like, every red minimap area works. You're not allowed to join directly. There's workarounds, like if you have the person join you on a different save file, and then you, the host, load the save file that they couldn't join into, then that works. I've had to use that workaround a few times. But you can get around it. Yeah, I don't think that would have affected it, Wake. I do the abduct people to Gauntlet of Shar thing basically every run. So if you want to free Volo without expending an action or anything here, you can just improvise weapon, cancel it, and you're good. Hey, Hazel. Every NPC, no matter how important in there. Last light in was empty besides Isabel. Yeah, I understand. I've done that too. It shouldn't affect anything. I don't think I need to be nervous here, but I'm gonna just be smart anyway. I'm not that tanky right now. Did a funny, it turns out if you drop smoke cutter barrel between the magic show people and one of the spots they summon the cats, they will shoot with firebolt and kill everyone. Yep, I've done that too. It's odd some didn't load until I talked to someone else, some ported out and started patrolling last light in, get dark and visited again. Vex and Danis do this thing where they teleport back sometimes. It's those two specifically. But then also the Harpers that get ambushed by shadows, you know, the Jonas, no, what are you doing? Those three are their own, like, sub-faction of the Harpers as well, so they do weird shit sometimes, too. At the grave, they instantly port back? Yeah. What's the logic of 9 Cleric versus another feat? I wanted Contagion. It was basically a question of Contagion versus Dual Wielder. Nice poop walk, gamer. Okay, so now once I read this book from Volo, my Slayer form will get the Piercing Growl ability.
Perhaps you has and he has you. In optimist that I am, it is a study of the Slayer. I wish.
Cool. What else did you do? What was I here for? Oh, right. I wanted the Steel Watch at home. From inside the foundry. Let's eat this Watcher's brain. Don't save. Thank you. Hey, gold side. Study of the Slayer is the name of my autobiography. Goes incredibly hard. Hey, White Priest.
All right. Time to spill them out. Can't keep me out.
Mom.
Just out of view. Best be on my way.
I heard you were disciplined by Overseer Hall.
Let's short rest potions so we can pass without trace. Just in time for Metal Gear Gondian. I'm just doing a little bit here. I want to kill these two and then sneak in and grab the helmet and maybe also craft the bow. It's a heavy crossbow. I could go dwarf mode with it.
Can't risk being in open view. Don't waste a step.
Your dedication to Bane's tenets is admirable, Dread Brother.
It is not enough. I Lord Gortat will say.
Walking death.
Got the XP guide sheet trade? Yeah. Why is that spear goated? What, the... which spear? This one? Or... what were we talking about? Infernal Spear? Did he have one? Oh, Shar? I don't know. They just gave it everything. It doesn't even do everything it says it does, and it's still better than it says it is. Like, this advantage on saving throws, this isn't all saving throws. I believe this is just Dex. Which, oh no, just the most important one. Like, okay. Sure.
Tell. And I would. Time to press ahead.
Please succeed the hiding shot. Other spear lets you cast Moonbeam, surely that makes up the difference? Yeah, surely. I mean, if it was Moonbeam, like, per turn, yeah, it would actually be that good. But, like, it's once per long rest Moonbeam versus once per turn Darkness. Makes the streak cancel. That's a long streak. You worked hard on that. Mouse, please. Plus, they might as well give it unlimited Moonbeam. Fuck it. Yeah, like, they could give you an unlimited use, unlimited duration, 5th level upcast of Moonbeam, and it would probably still lose to Spear of Evening. So, like, I don't know what they were thinking with making Selûne's Spear so not good. Moonbeam's cheat code to Radiant Retort Arius. Yeah. Because it's not technically you. Moonbeam is legitimately one of the most powerful spells in the game. It's an action refresh. It's a 2-tick AoE spell, much like Cloud of Daggers. It's a recast, so you could even get it to use current spellcasting stat, even if you aren't scaling off of Wisdom in a multi-class scenario. It retains its upcast across that recast window, so you can have it doing 6 to 60 damage. You can reposition it without breaking hiding, as long as you don't hit anyone with it. And it's a 2nd level spell. It's incredibly good. And because of how it works mechanically, it never incurs Radiant Retort, it doesn't break Sanctuary, all sorts of broken shit you can do with it. I don't do Sanctuary Moonbeam, but it was a very popular Algo slop thing for a while. Just Dollyport out of here. Let's do that.
Anything you want to say? Don't.
Moonbeam evocation or no? Don't think so, but it wouldn't matter if it's evocation or not because it's not you. It wouldn't get empowered evocation. It doesn't get your damage bonuses at all in any capacity.
Have I been this way before?
For the same reason it doesn't trigger Radiant Retort, it also doesn't matter what spell school it is. You do for Cambions in House of Hope. So the way Moonbeam works mechanically is it is a creature. It isn't you. So whenever you use it on something that has fleeting protection, like in the House of Hope or Radiant Retort, the Moonbeam takes the damage, but the Moonbeam doesn't have a health bar, so it doesn't care that it takes damage. I've been doing a lot of transactions with Damon, so hopefully he has enough money to buy what I'm trying to sell him here.
Not my time. Thank the gods. I should have known. Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold him if it weren't for
He
you.
doesn't. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Definitely want the boots. Probably get the armor just to have it. It's one of those things that makes too much sense not to have, right? Hey, Thropsy. Is Damon the most useful vendor in the game because of longevity ubiquity? No. That's Volo. Volo is a vendor who hangs out in your camp in every pre-Act 3 map, and then you only lose access to him in Rivington, and in an unrestricted run you could just go to the lower city and get him back within minutes, and he will stay in your camp in every map in the game. So, if you had to pick one, it's Volo, but there's several vendors that you want to have a good relationship with for different reasons. Dareth, Damon, Blurg, Mattis are all available in most of the maps in the game. And they all sell different things that you might want.
What can I do for you? Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Got the armor persistence for when I want to go in combat mode. Steel Watcher helm for when I want to do blind immunity stuff without Spear of Evening. So I can do something like this for crit fishing with Blightbringer from Darkness. It's still not as good as, like, using other things in the helmet slot here, but if I'm going to do crit fishing memes. We can Cunning Broom here in case I need a source of darkness on that. Something like this makes some sense. Usually worth to get attitude with whoever ends up being made vendor in Ramseth 2. It absolutely is not. Scrolls are incredibly easy to come by at this point in the game. The only reason you would get attitude with Roland is if you want him to do Roland's mage armor. And if the vendor in Ramesses Tower is not Roland, well, the Rohirrim's projection has no crime response AI, so you abduct it somewhere and steal from it.
Have returned to re-engage my services. But if you speak truth, very well. Oh well, it's a front, really. A most excellent decision.
Keep rolling. What? Yeah, Roland's projection also has no crime response. And as Trade said, vendor attitude with Act 3 isn't usually worth it. Because, 1, money is so available in Act 3. 2, there's not much game left. 3, you are not likely to be making that many purchases from people who you don't already have good attitude with. And often it's not. Either they're not going to be around, or you're not getting anything that valuable. Like, getting Attitude with Hellsick is not worth it. Unless you specifically want a steady supply of 4th level spell scrolls. Because she always has at least one 4th level spell scroll. Weird thing. I don't know why, but they set her up that way. You're not going to get Attitude with Mystic Carrying, even though, in terms of how the math works out on the value money-wise, that does make sense to do, but, like, you can just buy the one item he doesn't drop, and then kill him for all of the others. Doesn't make sense. And he even gets replaced by Thrumbo as a alchemy vendor if you do the quest.
Now you've seen.
What item does he not drop? The hood, I believe? Like, he'll drop the staff, the robe, and the armor. So you buy the hood.
To be cautious, bet I can crack that open.
I like how Dareth's inventory gets worse in Act 3. It really annoys me. Like, she gets noble stock, but then she stops selling most other good things. It's like, what are you doing? And if you don't give her the noble stock, then she's poor in Act 3 and she doesn't repopulate her gold. So no matter what you do, Dareth's inventory is just worse in Act 3. There's at least 5 vendors that sell Haste Spores Candy May. Silent Horse is not a worthwhile investment. Because he is one of 5+ people you are checking for that resource. And he does not have it in consistent supply or high quantity. Like, it could be the Kid in the Guild, it could be Horse, it could be Hellsick, it could be the Voiceless Penitent. And there's one more that I'm forgetting. That I always forget. Popper, that's the one. Thank you. That's the list I just wrote. Yeah, I'm still addressing the vendor attitude thing. That's what I was talking about. Like, because you are chopping with so many people, and it's in Act 3, there's not much game there, it's still not a good idea to do attitude investment in any of those people. But you just don't get good returns. The only way you do get a good return out of that is by investing the money, by either respeccing down to a low level, investing the money, or by investing the money and then stealing it back. But if you're stealing that amount of money back, then, like, you didn't need the attitude anyway, because you could have just stolen the supplies more easily. Act 3 economy issues. You know, a good bargain? Yeah, and you're losing money on doing that. I don't know what to tell you. If you enjoy a good bargain, stop doing it. Because you are getting a worse bargain.
You! But never mind that. What can I do for you?
So, like, if you were making a lot of purchases from Roland, you could get additional value out of getting Attitude with him because Roland's Mage Armor is also on the table, and that's justifiable, but you're doing that for Roland's Mage Armor first, and the other things second. Under the impression if you invest Attitude at level 1 including a respec, so remember when I just said a minute ago, either you do it at level 1 or you have to steal, and I already included an exception for that about 2 minutes ago. I did say that. Let's be real, the most important merchant in Act 3 is Facemaker Boutique, based. I would have also accepted Zara the Mummy. Because of clown makeup. Like rolling on a table? Oh. So that initially too? He said a lot of things initially that I was still addressing, but okay. You can have your inefficient use of gold in Act 3. Just don't dress it up as good practice. Thank you. I think I want another remove curse here in case I do stupid shit with Gortash. I don't really plan on doing it. But I might. I have a container to sell him? Not currently. Personally really like the I can speak one shot for spell scrolls, can never remember the name. Oh, the one that's like over here. Yeah, you can steal from her really easily too.
Something's on my mind.
What are you after, friend? Got grub, potions, a few nice vintages.
I don't think I'll be doing psionic movement mode.
Clears me out to fill their larder.
Maybe for summons I need those though. Am I doing a bombs? Oh yeah, Will still has a surplus. Just grab those. I need more in the way of damage. Terrified to steal from merchants, so my on a run. This means never against the economy. Well, I'm still coughing my lungs out. I think I'm getting better. I'm glad to hear you're getting better, Phil. Hope it subsides soon. Like, I'm not trying to be antagonistic, though. Still trying to figure out how it's not worth to get attitude if you know you spend 600 gold to make up the difference. Because, as I said 3 times, there's not much game left. Gold is not an issue. And I'll add in the argument of it is a waste of your time because you do not save a meaningful amount relative to the time it takes to do that. Again, also, you are spreading your alchemy transactions, if we're talking about that, across 5 different vendors. So, unless you do it with all 5 of them, which is 5 times the waste of time, you are not meaningfully saving an amount of money that is worth the time to do that. Anyone just got out of Astral Plane by changing to Animal Feywild Bell and spam Mad Travel. So it worked from inside the Astral Plane. Okay. I was under the impression it didn't work inside of the camp proper. But yeah, I guess they're not the same rule sets. But that's cool. That's cool. Glad that worked out for you, Alan.
We need to find a way to stop it. You treacherous bastard! I'll kill you myself.
Not the big guns. Oh, please. Not again.
I think I got him.
I'm an imbus. Blast it all. A way to burn their bones to ash. There's. Helm, forgive me.
Strange conduit arrows of slaying go pretty crazy. Maybe that's something I do more of. Do I want explosive blood? I don't know that I do. I'm thinking. And on this kick, I'm trying to spend as much time in Act 3 as possible, because normally I just sprint through because I'm tired when I get there. I've been trying to view it as half game left instead of not much left. Nothing to do with the vendor attitude discussion, just the not much game left thing. Feel like I miss out on the cool Act 3 stuff. Don't force myself to slow down. I mean, there's a lot of content in Act 3. I definitely would agree that there's more than people like to say there is. But it's just the way it's structured is you can just blow through it faster. Like, I'll give an example. Often it takes me 2 to 3 streams to get through the post-Act 1 through end of Act 2 segment of a run. I can do Act 3 all bosses in 1 session if I really decided that I wanted to, but usually I end up doing it in 2. There's just less content. Now, that doesn't mean little content, but Act 3 is less than half the game. Hey, Debbie. Is that the boss from the Goblin Camp? No, just reused character model. He used to have Droraxlin's legendary action, even, because he was a copy-paste. But they removed that in, I think, patch 7. But just they don't have many character models for, like, non-humans, non-elves. And that's one of those things, once you notice it, you kind of can't unsee it. Like, every male dwarf is Balin. Every male halfling is Aaron. Every male gnome is Barkus. And every hobgoblin is Droraxlin. Everywhere I go, I see his face. Sorry, Droraxlin. Let's do a more combat mode, I suppose. You gonna cheat? No, maybe not.
So much.
He uncanny dodged. I don't know my reaction. I could maybe backlash him to death. I could tear his ult and ensure the kill. That's the correct play. I don't really care that I'm encumbered right now. Because it starts with even, ends with flow. Oh. Even. Hey, Raph. How am I today? I'm doing okay. Encumbered with big lady energy? Hell yeah, Eve. Are they being so pushy? I think they want Spirit Guardians to stop, but they have determined that them moving away would be an inefficient way of doing that. Which is an interesting determination. I don't know why they think that. But here we are. Incredible turn. Well done. In hindsight, maybe I should have let him escape to Figaro's so I could get the piercing arrows, but I always forget to use those, so meh. Fight like I'm not good at it. Most likely to harm a 6 HP citizen and starts a fist fight me right here. Have you tried not using harmful AoEs in the room full of neutral targets?
Passphrase, Sicarius, and a location. We should find this Candle Hallow place.
Know that now, just forget sometimes. Uh-huh. There's a bunch of non-friendly fire AoEs that I'm a big fan of. Spirit Guardians is a big one. Destructive Wave if you have a level 9 Light or Tempest Cleric. Destructive Wave is badass. I was thinking about what I want to do for, I want to do a Gale run, and I'm still kind of waffling on the concept. Part of me wants to play Gale as a Light Cleric, because that was, I think that was my first Honor Mode win as a Cleric. Gale Light Cleric. So, redoing that with more game knowledge could be funny.
Time to press ahead. What's up for discussion?
But maybe I don't want to do two Cleric runs back to back. Gay Light Cleric? Hell yeah.
I'm so glad that monster was stopped.
Wasn't the one where I also did Wisdom Scaling Eldritch Blast? I think I did, yeah. That sounds correct. When odd cleric's goaded, it's true. What a playstyle, GG. My run in honor ended on answer and this legendary action. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's a common run killer. It's a huge amount of damage. It's certainly a positioning check, but then if you mess up that positioning, it's like, oh, you better have a safety net. Highly recommend having evasion on someone. Hey, Salty Captain, thanks for the 6 months. Appreciate the sentiment in the resub message for sure. Not taking a Cleric, dip, or ham, or restrictions that are too tough on Quag. Called out. Accurately called out, but called out nonetheless.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Sending good vibes for the holidays. Ty as always for the wholesome content. And clapping on FASC. Saint Toolbags Thistle 140 kiss.
Do a fun... Thank you again, Salty Captain. I could do a fun Wisdom Investing Blaster with Eldritch Blast Scorching, right? Yeah, I could do that. Maybe try to take advantage of ability during Wisdom for, I don't know, something. Do I get this game? Yeah. Yeah. Spreading Spores is not on that list. I missed context. What are we talking about? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's... It does friendly fire, yeah. Or hit neutrals, rather. I can do a Wisdom Scaling Eldritch Blast. Spell Sniper. Tried Classic Bomb Strat on answer is so much HP. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I discourage viewing Baromancy as a good solution, because, like, not only is it not a good solution, it also kind of puts you in a position where you don't have other options in the old mental library. Like, there's several reasons why Baromancy isn't good against Answer. One, as you said, ton of HP. Even if barrels were good, you would need a lot. Two, he's got 4 damage reduction. So each individual instance is getting shaved down a lot. And one of the big weaknesses of barrels is there's a huge range of how much damage each one can do. So if you ever roll on the lower end and the boss saves, he's likely taking 0 damage, like, per barrel. So, yeah. Crit Fishing Scorching Ray with 2 King's Knives, Spell Sniper. Could be something. Speaking of evasion and your plans on Gale, surely evasion Ring Gale receives enough to dig with Big Stupid Dragon. So, the Ring of Evasion allows you to automatically succeed a dex save at the cost of your reaction. If you do that on a rogue or a monk, then yeah, the breath weapon can never hurt you as long as you keep a reaction available. So that's huge there. But it's not like you can use that in combination with Shieldmaster, because both of them cost reactions to activate. So you can't, like, use one to enable the other. Also because Duelist Prerogative requires you not having a shield equipped, so you can't use that as an answer to that either. Hey Meg, good morning. Yeah, everything Candy May said there is correct. Simply using a rogue is my go-to for answer. Rogue gets evasion, hella movement speed to get out of the way of his big arena-wide stuff. And if you play a new Swashbuckler class, you get advantage on answer once the Myrmidons are dead. Expanding on that last part, because that is a good thing to bring up. Mechanically, dragons in this game are considered multiple enemies. Like, each of their limb proxies counts as an enemy, so that means mechanics that care about an enemy being surrounded, for example, or you being surrounded, or an enemy having an adjacent ally, they're all in play. So Swashbucklers can just, like, do the best of both worlds. They can hit an enemy as if they have an adjacent ally and as if they don't, depending on which part you target. But that also means you could use gear like the Scabby Pugilist Circlet, you could use gear like the Gloves with Growling Underdog, to facilitate getting more damage, getting advantage, whatever you need. I personally think that this is the reason they... Hey Draco, thanks for the lyric. I think this is the reason they made Answer a Lightning Dragon, because they knew about that and just didn't want to fix it, so they're like, what if they just couldn't chain lightning this one? I really think it's because of that. Because if you've ever seen chain lightning used on the dragon on the top of the brain, it doesn't go so well for the dragon. Maybe we still try to Sacred Star Cazador, just because Sacred Star, Cleric, something I have a soft spot for. That away for now. Get the achievement for knocking a dragon out of the air. You need to kill him while he's hoarding energy. That's how you do it. Really want to see how you do a last fight, 90% of area, you can just sneak. Final fight with that dragon's really hard. No, it isn't. You can sneak that part too. So you can sneak 100% of it. But also, that fight isn't difficult because your player power is at its absolute peak. As Trade said, if you have access to a Mind Flayer on your team that is not the Emperor, that character can clear the entire top in one turn. Especially if it's a player rather than Orpheus. Because then they have, like, a build. Swashbuckler plan for my next run. Really that good? Yeah. Rogue as a whole is good. Rogue has no bad subclasses. And Swashbuckler has interesting tech that is fun to play around with on top of baseline Rogue stuff. Rogue has no skips? What, in terms of subclasses? No. Like, let me put it this way. The comfortably weakest rogue subclass is Assassin. Comfortably. This is not me saying Assassin is bad. Assassin obviously isn't bad. But that's the weakest rogue subclass. So, if that's the weakest one, Red Assassin Ranger is not that bad. It's not bad at all. Maybe my favorite multiclass. It's a very common choice for multiclass. People do that a lot. I would encourage playing pure class rogue. A lot of people water down their rogues by adding multiclasses because they don't really understand where their power comes from. Particularly that stealth archer gameplay. Every level you're taking that isn't rogue is making the build worse. But rogue is just a good class. It's good pure class, it's good multi-class, it's just good. We are rogue enjoyers in this household. I want to mess around with this. I guess maybe we get House of Hope access so I can throw out more weapons. Remember when patch 8 dropped, so many people are shitting on Swashbuckler, don't even remember the reasoning. It's just because it's rogue. Like, it became algorithm content slop to shit on rogue. And this is something that I hold against a bunch of YouTube creators who should absolutely fucking know better. Who market themselves as people who are thoughtful and engage with really weird and obscure game mechanics, who are still doing the mindless rogue bad give up dudes please bullshit. Yes, that's you, Proxygate. Do better. Like, it's just... One thing I hate more than anything is intellectual dishonesty. And calling Rogue bad is being intellectually dishonest. Because it's just a stupid take. And most people who do it know they're being stupid, they just don't care. I don't think I need reverb gloves. Don't need those anymore either. Honest question, how do you consistently get advantage in Rogue and Melee? Well, if you're Swashbuckler, you just have it, as long as the enemy's by themselves. So, there's that. If you can't get advantage, you don't need to, because Sneak Attack also has the alternate condition of you just need an adjacent ally. So, that's an option too. But then option 3, you have Tadpole Elixir is available the entire game, and that's a source of advantage. You have using blinding the enemy, that's a source of advantage. You have getting out of range and hiding, that's a source of advantage. You have having good strength and throwing someone the fuck on the ground, that's a source of advantage. Hey, Mark. If you're a Barbarian multi-class, you can just get advantage on melee attacks at level 2. If you buy Barkus's gloves in Act 2, that's a source of advantage for 10 turns. Although that one might actually be bugged with Sneak Attack. I don't know if they ever fixed that. Like, there's a lot of ways of getting advantage. Do you think the people spewing Rogue bad info actually believe that? Or they're just doing it for the views? I think it's both. I think it's easier to just not engage with it if they know that the views come from not engaging with it. So they don't care if it's accurate or not. And not caring if you're accurate enough on a subject and repeating that for a while, you can brainwash yourself. Everything good? Yeah, Mark, we're chilling. There's some vocal experienced players on Discord who make their entire personality hating Swash and Rogue in general. Those who don't know better look up to them. And it's a shame. Like, intellectual dishonesty, as I said, oh David. Like, there's some people who are absolutely unwilling to admit that Rogue is good at anything because it's for some reason, like a personal affront to them. Like, there's one huge tendency to appeal to a certain demographic of viewers on YouTube because money, and two, this very caveman attitude of that OP big stick go bonk and everything with any degree of subtlety and needing any thoughts just unacceptable. I think you're right, Eve, but two is also, like, two leads back into what I was saying, because you can absolutely unga bunga Rogue, because you know who the most potent face tank in this game without needing to manage things is? Rogue. You know who has the most unga bunga big number they can staple onto their attacks once per turn, no resource consumption required? Rogue. If you want big number and stand there, not take damage. Rogue. So, I know you're not disagreeing with that, but it's just like, if these people were even committed to the thing that they think they are, they would understand that Rogue does that thing. The game might make me carry less arrows here, and I'm not okay with that. What if I need all my arrows? Sounds made up, but alright. good bait. Unless you actually want me to explain why Rogue is good. Leaving the door open in case that wasn't bait. Can never tell. What you're saying is Rogue is cheese, Asiphius. You inflicted the psychic damage you were going for. Hope you're well. I'll keep that on me. Me trying to pare down my inventory. You actually go into a little more detail? Sure. So, the thing about Rogue is at level 1 you get skill expertise, which is already very, very valuable. Rogues and Bards are the ones who get skill expertise in this game. And it's funny that Bard has like these optics of being the skill check class. No, it's just Rogue out of the gate at level 1. It's just Rogue. It always will be Rogue. The honorable mention is at level 6 it's Wild Magic Sorcerer, but like it's Rogue, 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 Wild Magic Sorcerer, Rogue, Rogue, Rogue. Hey, actual Dave, thank you for the 1 year. Very kind. But skill expertise lets you do a lot. A big one that I like is athletics expertise. Because if you're running around with high strength and athletics expertise, you can just throw people into chasms consistently, push people off cliffs consistently, and, you know, a death chasm is more damage than whatever paladin players think they're doing with their divine smites or whatever. So rogues are already out of the gate the most optimal for using the most available insta-kill mechanic in the game already. But on top of that, you can get a second skill expertise. So you could take, like, Persuasion to have the best vendor prices at that point in the game. And easy skill checks. You could take, you know, Sleight of Hand and then also bully the game's economy that way. You have all sorts of options. And that's still just Rogue level 1. Also, your sneak attack is 1d6 bonus damage once per turn if you hit someone with a finesse weapon while either you have advantage or you have an ally adjacent to them. Sneak attack gets an extra d6 of damage every odd-numbered rogue level up to 6d6. So 6d6 is up to 36 damage. If you crit, that's up to 72 damage. If you crit with Vuln, that's up to 144 damage from a level 11 rogue, just bonus damage. 144 bonus damage on top of whatever their attack actually did. Once per turn. No resource consumed. You don't have to deal with charges. It's just you can do it once per turn. At level 5, rogues get this feature called Uncanny Dodge, and it's a passive. So you know how you got your passives here. You got Call the Weak, non-lethal. It's a toggle like one of these. Uncanny Dodge spends your reaction, or depending on the situation, the reaction of the enemy that's hitting you, to cut the damage you take from a successful hit in half at the end of calculation. So let's show something off here. It's a good way of doing this. Hang on. I want a visual example. Not that. This. Okay. So, see this Alchemist Fire. 1d4 damage. I have fire resistance. I have magical plate here. And the order of operations here is damage resistance followed by damage reduction. So you get the damage cut in half by your resistance, divided by 2. Then you have your damage reduction subtracted from the total. That means here with fire resistance and 2dr from my adamantine splint, I can never take damage from a d4 of fire damage. I just can't. Uncanny Dodge happens after the damage reduction part of the formula. after the reduction. So that means if, let's say this was 10 fire damage, it's going to get cut down to 5, then it's going to get cut down to 3, then Uncanny Dodge is going to divide it by 2, and the amount we take is going to be rounded down. So Uncanny Dodge would take off 2 more, and I would take only 1 damage. Incoming 10, reduced down to 1. That means Uncanny Dodge is the biggest source of damage mitigation in the entire game. Because you can take, let's say, Answer's Stormheart Nova, and let's ignore the evasion feature for a moment here. We'll get to that. Answer's Stormheart Nova, up to 180 damage, assuming you are not vulnerable. But let's say you are vulnerable for some reason. So let's say 360 damage. Uncanny Dodge can shave off 180 of that by itself. No ability in the game, other than evasion, can shave off that much individually. With the exception of things that grant you resistance or pseudo-resistance. Like dampen elements. So that Uncanny Dodge is the level 5 feature. But that goes right into the level 7 feature that rogues and monks get, evasion, meaning any explosion type saving throw. It says dexterity save, but it's like a little more broad than that, and a little narrower in some areas. But basically, most explosions, evasion works on. And that makes it so if it's a save for half effect, and you save, you take nothing. If it's a save, and if you fail it, you still only take half. So that Stormheart Nova I mentioned is coded as a dex save that you're not allowed to succeed. It's just like an explosion save thing. So you can't pass, but evasion still works. So that original hit of, let's say you don't have resistance, still, 360. Evasion divides it by 2 to 180. Let's say you have no damage reduction. Uncanny Dodge then divides it to 90. A naked rogue with absolutely nothing except for the reaction can shave 360 damage, or 360 damage down to 90, just like by existing. They can just do that. And that is the biggest incoming hit from any enemy in the entire game, with the exception of like having gold in your pocket and fighting Garangothorn. Or hitting a really big Radiant Retort, but that's like you hurting yourself, not the enemy. So, just a rogue with their level 5 and 7 features can mitigate the largest amount of incoming damage of every class. And remember, in that calculation, I included no resistance and I included no damage reduction. So, going back to the concept of feats, you can have a rogue who dips to pick up heavy armor, so that they can wear things like the Adamantine Splint here for damage reduction. And you can make sure to manage your resistances properly. So let's say that original, by can't succeed, you mean evasion can't reduce Stormheart above to 0? Yes. There are some things that evasion works on, even though you can't actually pass the saving throw, so it'll just make it so you take the half that evasion makes you take instead of the full damage. Let's go back to Stormheart Nova. Let's say you have lightning resistance this time. So instead of at 360, it's 180. With just lightning resistance, again, still no damage reduction, Rogue is taking that from 180 to 90, and then Uncanny Dodge is taking it from 90 to 45. But let's say you have damage reduction from the Adamantine Splint, because you got proficiency from a dip or a feat or some such. You're taking that 180 down to 90 from resistance. Then you're taking it down to 45 from evasion. Then you're taking it down from 45 to 43 with your damage reduction. Then you're taking it down from 43 to 21 with Uncanny Dodge. So again, with nothing except having 2 damage reduction in your armor slot and lightning resistance, you are taking the hardest hitting boss attack in the game down to 21 maximum damage. Again, that's a max roll. 21. I could stand there and take that 4 times with a 0% chance of death with my current HP. 12 con, by the way. Rogue is the tankiest class in the game. Now, Abjuration Wizard is similarly tanky with a lot more moving parts and maintenance of Arcane Ward as a mechanic, but even at peak, Abjuration Wizard cannot mitigate the same amount of damage as a Rogue can with their passive features. It's a close second, but it's not as tanky. So, for Rogue recommendations, like, I really, really advocate pure classing your Rogue at least 11 levels, but that does leave you 1 level to play with, where you can take, say, a fighter level, a cleric level, a ranger level, to grab that heavy armor proficiency. And that allows you to do things like take the heavy armor master feat. So, like, let's imagine your character level 6. You have 1 cleric level and 5 rogue levels, and you take Blade Ward for a cleric cantrip, you take Heavy Armor Master for your feat, and you're wearing this Adamantine Splint. Let's say a Sharan Archer tries to shoot you. That's 1d8 plus 2 plus 2, so they can do up to 12 damage. You have Blade Ward. Let's say they max rolled. That 12 goes to 6. Then your damage reduction happens. That 6 goes to 1. Then Uncanny Dodge says, I got that 1. Sharan Archers can't hurt you. At all. And if your Uncanny Dodge is unavailable, the most damage they can do to you, 1. That's also without the extra layer you can add in of using protection from missiles from the gloves that Tally sells, which adds another halving of damage in there, so you really can make it so they just can't hurt you at all. And yeah, I didn't mention, thank you for bringing that back up, David, the way Uncanny Dodge works post-patch 8 is it doesn't just use your reaction like a normal ability. Uncanny Dodge eats the reaction of the enemy who caused it. So you can, like, shut off people's reactions and their reaction-based abilities by absorbing their damage. And this is something annoying to watch out for when you're fighting enemy rogues, because Araj can do this to you, Dullor can do this to you, Stonemason Gurgaren can do this to you, Orin can do this to you, because they're all rogues with the Uncanny Dodge feature. Captain Grizzly is another one. If you hit them, you might notice that you just don't have your reaction point anymore. They took half damage, and you don't have your reaction. Doesn't use your reaction. As of patch 8, Uncanny Dodge has... its functionality has been changed. You need your reaction available to keep the passive on, but your reaction is not the one that gets consumed when Uncanny Dodge triggers. The enemy's reaction is the one that gets consumed when it triggers. So you need to keep yours available so that you can maintain it. But yours isn't the one that gets used. Theirs is. How does it work if the enemy's slowed? Do they not have a reaction? They do, but can't use it. If the enemy doesn't have a reaction available, then yours is consumed sometimes. Asterisk, it's cursed. But provided both you and the enemy have one available, theirs is consumed. And if you successfully took damage, your Uncanny Dodge is turned off, but your reaction is still available, at which point, if you ever see me play Rogue, that's when I start doing things like toggling non-lethal. Because that reminds the game to, like, check to see if Uncanny Dodge is available. and then you could turn it back on. I'm almost done managing carry weight, I swear. Okay. Prerogative's even better on rogues then. Yeah, it was incredible before patch 8 because it allowed you 2 uncanny dodges in a turn, which was something we considered broken then. But now post patch 8, it allows you to maintain use of your uncanny dodge on everything, as long as you manage enemy reactions well, while still getting the ability to use a reaction of your own every turn. It's happily. It's my favorite level 1 dip with Rogue. Cleric. I like going Tempest Cleric to pick up martial weapon proficiency, to pick up heavy armor proficiency. I even like the spell list, and the reaction is sometimes useful. But easily Tempest. I would recommend you do Tempest or War. I'm not a huge War enjoyer, but it also gets heavy armor and martial weapon proficiency. Let's go to hell. I'm never done managing carry weight. Yeah. About the goat Naycher? Naycher's great, it just doesn't get the weapon proficiencies. It's another heavy armor domain, so if you don't care about the weapon profs, then, like, yeah, Naycher's a good shout too.
Can't keep me out.
How you doing, Sora? I also like that I didn't even go through all of the rogue features in that 10-minute monologue. Like, I just talked about 2 of them and the basic mechanics of sneak attack with no mention of subclass features. Or the value of cunning actions. It's almost like there's a lot of things to like. Is it needed for Arcane Trickster? Depends on what you're casting, but the short answer is no. Same reason you don't need Wisdom for most clerics. Like, what spells are you casting? Your Enhanced Sleep and your Long Strider don't care about your casting stat. Neither does your Booming Blade, neither does your Minor Illusion, your Blade Ward, your Shield, your Magic Weapon, your Friends, your Mage Hand. None of those care about your casting stat in the slightest. So what would you need it in for?
There's nothing by invading the devil's home, and everything to be lost.
Would you level 1 Cleric, then Rogue, or Rogue first? I would Rogue first, then Cleric, then go back to Rogue. That allows you to start with the Rogue proficiencies. As David said, you start with the Rogue saving throw proficiencies, which are a lot better. But because multiclassing into Cleric still gets you all of the weapon and armor proficiencies, you don't lose out. You can't do that approach with Fighter, because Fighter doesn't give you heavy armor unless you start as Fighter. Same with Paladin. So if you're multiing into something to pick up heavy armor, you're going Cleric or Ranger. You know what does care about int? Do I have to look it up? Things that use attack rolls that scale off of your int, and things that enforce saving throws. So like if you're casting Hold Person from, if you're casting Hold Person, then yeah, maybe your int matters, but you can also just stack Arcane Acuity and force disadvantage on the enemy, so you don't need it there. If you're casting like Ray of Frost, which you shouldn't be doing, you're a rogue, you're not a wizard. Play like a rogue. That's the thing, like, you're still a rogue. So you're not going to be in a situation where you're clicking like guiding bolts or inflict wounds or scaling your empowered evocation damage with your int. You don't need it for anything. But I'll be right back. Alright, back. I just had to check on something real quick. People stubbornly slamming their head against the wall trying to play Arcane Trickster as a wizard might be one of the reasons why people downplay it so hard. You're supposed to play it as a rogue with utility spells. Yeah, like, the same thing happens with Eldritch Knight. People be like, man, I ran out of spell slots and none of my stuff worked. Do I need intelligence? It's like, look at the abilities you're clicking. Just, like look at them. I'll translate this to Cleric for stuff that I have. I will point out everything I have from my class that cares about my spellcasting modifier that I'm using right now. Ready? Not this, not this, not this, not this. Not this because I'm playing Monk. Not this, not this. This does, but I don't use this for doing damage. I use this for distraction. Not this, not this, not this, not this. This in theory, but not in practice, because Spirit Guardians, even if the enemy succeeds the saving throw, still did something of value, so I don't care if it works or not, because it worked. Not this, not this. This, but I can use Arcane Acuity as needed, so don't care about it. Sleet Storm is another one. You don't really care if they succeed or not, because you are still slowing them down and threatening their concentration. Not this, not this. Insect Plague also doesn't care, because you are still slowing them down, dealing some amount of damage, and inhibiting their checks. Not this, not this, not this, not this, not this, not this, not this. So, like, it depends on what you're doing. Hey, Jackson, thanks for the good luck. Would you put plant growth on this list? Plant growth doesn't care about your stat at all. Like, I was talking about things that go off your stat. Like, there are no saving throws or anything associated with plant growth. It just does what it does. So, yeah, when I hovered over it and said not this, I meant not that. Like, things don't care about saving throw. That's not plant growth, because plant growth doesn't have a saving throw.
Flickers and starts to dim from view. But you said
Insect Plague also uses your con for saves after the first cast, not your spellcasting ability. That's so interesting. I didn't know that. Today I learned.
Now whisper your questions, little wretch, but really quiet and very clever. Concentrate. Remember, cool. But I like you. Can you see if but
the rat?
Bugs giving me a reason to take more than 12 con, maybe? Not really, because remember the discussion we were just having about these effects, where it's good enough that you don't care if it works or not. Sure, you could benefit if you are taking con for another reason, but that is not a reason to take more con. Just like how taking more wisdom to improve your Spirit Guardians is stupid, because you don't need to improve your Spirit Guardians.
hear me?
I don't really care about the checks here. None of them really matter.
Yeah, hope.
Put both my deception rings. Yeah, that's pretty good too. No, it isn't.
His eyes.
Most irregular. The schedule is all but clear, and yet you are here.
I maintain that command is not a good spell. Even spells that aren't good still have applications, but command is not a good spell.
Zariel's High Inquisitor.
Like you just enjoyed disagreeing with me? No, this is a well-documented take that I've had.
The archive is yours to peruse. You'll find everything.
Here, I'll prove it.
And I can present documents.
Give me a situation where command is more meaningfully impactful than a different control spell. Go. I know a couple, but I want to hear some from you.
As it the rest.
Always read the fine print.
Skith Archers scare the bejesus out of me. That's not command being more impactful than another spell, though. Because other control spells accomplish the same goal. So when I said, then another control spell, I did mean, then another control spell. This is the same reason Hypnotic Pattern doesn't get clicked much, because it doesn't do anything you can't achieve through other means. Most of the time.
Mind my step. Best be on my way.
Command approach to some damaging area. Why not command stop existing by setting up free crits with paralysis from hold person or hold monster? Why not fear to make them run away through a hazardous area while also dropping their weapons? I mean, fearful is just command flee in an AoE.
What's that?
Like fear too, though, and fear isn't command, so yeah. Why are we arguing? Why not just chuck a void bulb? Yeah, like, command is popular, command isn't good, and command not being good is why Glamour Bard is better than people think it is, because it shifts command with the level 6 feature into a bonus action that has an auto success condition and works against more creatures than command itself does. AKA making command better. How would we talk about the command spell, Poppy? How it isn't very good, despite having use cases. This doesn't mean never click it, it's just command isn't a good spell. Despite its popularity. Unfortunately, Helldusk Helmet blind immunity is imperfect. It makes it so you can't get the blinded condition, but it doesn't allow you to see through obscured areas. So we probably won't use it. Steel Watcher Helmet does that job better. Classic Band of the Mystic Scoundrel, maybe. Every use case I've seen of Band of the Mystic Scoundrel is propped up by people who, like, don't understand that there are more efficient ways to get a particular goal done. Like, you'll see someone say, okay, well, I'm going to hit someone with a weapon attack, then I'm going to use Band of the Mystic Scoundrel to upcast Hold Person to target everyone. It's like, why don't you just use a different ring, upcast Band of the Mystic, upcast a Hold Person to hit everyone before you do the attack, then have better action economy so that you can do the attack afterwards, benefiting from the crit that you set up, and killing everyone in fewer inputs with better gear equipped. And it's like, because they don't know they can do that. But with command, at that point, okay, let's say you do have Mystic Scoundrel equipped. Let's say you're level 12, you got 6th level spellcasting. Why would you choose command over the other control spells you know? You make someone walk towards you, away from you, stop in place, go prone, drop their weapon. Okay, but like, what if you set up auto crits on all of them? Like, completely denying them their turns. An approach can be used to force an opportunity attack, move an enemy into a disadvantageous position. It's best use to think of other than Zulk, since other creatures pick up the weapon, so it's spell save slot for an action. There's failure opportunity for command. Well, yes, but every other control spell that I just described can cover most of those use cases. Like moving an enemy into a disadvantageous position. How about you turn their current position into a disadvantageous position, where they can't take turns and they got automatically crit by everything. No wonder I've never used Mystic Scoundrel. There are way too many other better rings. There are, but it's like one of those popular algorithm-fueled things. And not to say there aren't interesting cases for using Mystic Scoundrel. I used it a little bit recently because I like clicking Phantasmal Force and Dissonant Whispers on a bonus action in some builds. Before Swashbuckler, that was a reasonable way of doing bonus action Vicious Mockery, if you're building for that for some reason. Like, there's some use cases for it, but ultimately it's a not great item, despite being viewed as this essential thing. It's just a mildly interesting toy that lets you feel cool while being inefficient. Speaking of ice, got to see what happens with Wall of Ice and Raphael melts it. Yeah, I've used Wall of Ice on 2 of my last 3 Raphael kills, I believe. It's a go-to for me for that fight. Forgot to bring Dracoblade with me. Unbelievable. Well, we'll kill Harlep and come back, I guess. Back later, get shitted as always. No, you. Doesn't make sense, but see you later.
It's hot. It's cold. It's hot. It's cold.
Like I said, it's the best I could think of. Did not say it was a good spell. Spell slot for an action. It's not a good cost to benefit application. Yeah. And also, your use case of it still being questionable in value in the game's tutorial is definitely helping to support my point of why would you use it over other things. Just be smart.
Why you here? You.
That was interesting. This is what happened here? Oh, I just clicked hold monster on Harlep before the fight. We could do that.
Don't waste a step.
Hold monster? Why not click command? Yeah. And like, I get it. Command's a first level spell. Hold person's second, fear is third, hold monster's fifth. Like, I understand. But the argument is often, I'm gonna upcast command, and it's like, okay, why? Why? Do you call Tasha's a better first level? Absolutely. Absolutely. Tasha's is a great spell. Underappreciated. Upcast command is what? More targets? Yeah. So if you're, let's say you're using a second level spell slot. Okay, you command 2 people instead of hold person on 1. How useful is that? Let's say you're upcasting to 5th level. Okay, you command 5 instead of hold personing 3. Oh, 4 rather. Where's the value? Now you pointed out, I think I do just like command because you get it at level 1. Yeah, that's a case, but like, when are you using it at level 1? That's the thing. It's a theoretical use case with no actual practical one. Find me a situation where being able to command 1 target has significant value. I can think of one. A couple of you might know this one. This isn't something I've done, but I've seen it elsewhere. But you're probably not going to guess this correct. Because it's weird, and... Disarming? No, there's better ways to disarm. Setup advantage? Better ways to do that. Like Tasha's, for example. Use it for an extra 200 gold start of the game. You're getting 200 gold for that thing? Crazy. 75 XP on the Nautiloid. It's easier to get Zulk and the Mind Flayer's XP without disarming Zulk. The use case is actually the Netherbrain. If you command approach the Netherbrain, it can't do anything. Kaylee used this in her no-hit run on Wizard. If you command approach the brain, it can't react anymore. It just can't do anything. So, like, command has use cases. Even though it's a bad spell, it has use cases. But that doesn't make it anything other than a bad spell. Like, this is where I want to say there's no bad spells, only bad situations. Unfortunately, there are bad spells. Like, in an ideal world, you would be right. Please don't be offended by this, but Quag, your spunk boots aren't that cute, just because there's not enough. Never mind. So you can't command it with the stones without a nat 20 and DC 99, but you can with command approach. Yeah, don't think about it. But there are bad spells. Example, Toll the Dead is a bad spell. Command is a bad spell. Yeah. I'm trying to think of other things where there's, like, no or next to no use case. Wrathful Smite is kind of a bad spell, but, like... yeah, every situation where you have Wrathful Smite available, except for Boss's Sword, you have better smites available. Like, Thunderous Smite is essentially strictly better than Wrathful, for every use case that matters. So, like... Searing also isn't great, but at least the fire there and the way it ticks does have some potential interactions. Like, you can do Oil of Combustion Searing Smite. And that's something. Wrathful doesn't really have sauce. True Strike? True Strike is good. If you use True Strike on an Arcane Trickster, you're setting up advantage for yourself with no resource consumption every turn. And advantage to maintain your sneak attack access is the bulk of your damage on Rogue. True Strike is a good spell. Because even outside of that, you can use it before combats to set up advantage on a hit. You can use it to facilitate anything you need to concentrate on, whether that's like Boots of Striding or just to enable Concentrated Blast. True Strike has legitimate use cases that other things don't fill. See people shit on True Strike constantly? Yeah, a lot of people are stupid. Animal Friendship? Animal Friendship's a bad spell. How you doing? Wellness check. Arms of Adar? Actually not a bad spell. Charm Plants? Not a spell. Sleep? Sleep is a good spell. Arms of Adar is also good as a stretch, but it's not bad. You can turn off reactions in an AoE. That's valuable. Bursting Sinew? It's a bad spell. It's one I have fun using. But it is a bad spell. Didn't bring Sacred Star with me. That's okay. That's enough for now. Yeah, I mentioned Toll the Dead. Mm-hmm. I don't know how it's pronounced, Eve. I'm just going off vibes on that. Bane's a bad spell? Bane's a bad spell. Bane? No? Yes. Expending an action, a spell slot, and your concentration to potentially lower an enemy's saving throws and attack rolls by 1d4 if they fail a saving throw against you is a bad spell. You get gloves that do this to a target on weapon attacks as likely your first magical item you find in a playthrough. You get a heavy crossbow that does that effect I don't have it on me, as one of your first magical bows in the playthrough. You get a coating that does that, as your most abundant coating in Act 2. Using that in its spell form is actively one of the worst things you could be choosing to concentrate on at any point in time, and landing it consistently is not something that will happen until far past the point where there is any merit in doing so. Bane is a bad spell. That does not mean the Bane status effect is bad, that means the spell is bad. Still alive? Nice TP Raymond. What about Bestow Curse? I want to mess around with it more before I write it off as bad. Like, I don't view it as good. But I want to cope my way into maybe it can be Hex at home on certain builds. Maybe. For a 3rd level spell slot, that is horrible value. Especially because it's not sustainable the way Hex is. But I'm gonna bite my tongue and not call Bestow Curse bad because I've not put in enough effort to make it good. Enthrall's a bad spell? Disagree. Enthrall actually has a really interesting use case. You can use Enthrall to shut off crime responses. If you use it on someone who is currently actively crime responding, it stops it. Blink? Ooh, Blink's a bad spell. Spell failed. Sag.
Can't slow down.
Do I care? I'm fine. Does Banishment have any good applications? Theoretically, temporarily removing an enemy like that is, like, okay, but it's kind of like Bane, where the status effect is fine, but the method of applying it via the spell is not. So, like, if you're gonna banish something, have an Arcane Archer do it without needing to consume their concentration. Have a high-level Bard do it while doing big damage with Banishing Smite. Have a high-level Hexblade do it while doing big damage with Banishing Smite. Like, you don't concentrate on banishment. What about Barskin? Barskin's pretty bad. What do worse spells run look like? That could be interesting as a run idea. Was Blink said? It was Bastion, yeah. Using anti-plant spells and the only enemies in the game who resist all the normal plant weaknesses. So, like, this makes it sound like you were saying Blight is a bad spell. Surely you're not saying Blight is a bad spell, DB Raymond, right? Surely you wouldn't say that. Thirdly, Blight, the spell you hear me cream my jeans about anytime I find a scroll of it, is not considered a bad spell. Sure, you could find a few more uses for bad spells if you're forced to use them. Oh, absolutely. There are spells that are bad that have uses. Killing the tieflings for 20 XP while random giant rat is 125. The inflation factor is terrible. It gets pretty silly when, like, killing Cazador's weight staff is more XP than the Merkel boss fight. It's like, wait a moment. Never use Circle of Death. Circle of Death does not do much damage, but it is a huge radius. The value of Circle of Death is damage application rather than damage. So if you need damage to happen to people in a very wide area, it's good at that. Now, maybe don't expect much quantity-wise. So, I would say Circle of Death isn't good, but it has a pretty defined area where it's not bad. Was a Windwalk? Just multi-target gaseous form.
What's in here?
Harm? Harm is, like, theoretically good. It's another of those things I haven't put enough effort in to have what I would consider an informed opinion on it. But back to the Blight convo, because I want to spell this one out properly. Start reading entire tooltips. Some people look at, oh, plants take maximum damage with disadvantage in the saving throw, but it's necrotic, and plants in Act 2 resist necrotic. You know, that just means that, oh no, you're only getting their entire health bar instead of twice their entire health bar. Oh no! Like, critical thinking, please. But also, Blight is up to 64 necrotic damage to someone's face from a 4th level spell slot, not an attack roll. Even if they succeed the save and cut this in half, up to 32 damage, just like that they can't do anything about. It's not a con save, so it's not like evasion is relevant, and con save means you have plenty of ways of forcing disadvantage and lowering the saving throw required. Also, Blight is an action refresh, so it's an incredibly good combat opener. Like, thinking Blight isn't good because of the plants issue is like people reading Orin's clothes and thinking they're bad because there's not many persuasion checks by the time a casual player gets Orin's clothes. It's like, I don't think you read the entire thing of what you're talking about. Melf's Acid Arrow feels like it always lets me down. Melf's Acid Arrow isn't a good spell, Benzodi. I would say it's definitely not good. I'm like waffling on whether I'd call it bad. Mostly because there's not too many purely acid damage dealing spells, so I don't want to like write one of them off because the acid damage type is good. The fact that it does acid damage is not one of its weaknesses. I suppose it's like limited availability. It's not on too many spell lists. And that it being like in a spell slot where a lot of things are competing with it make it hard to justify, but it's an attack roll spell, and attack roll spells peak very high, especially with late game support. It does delayed damage on top of its initial damage. It upcasts well. Like, I think Melf's Acid Arrow has everything it needs to be a good spell in this game. Just the issue is, if you have it, you also have better spells. Look at the list of everything you do with Bestow Curse, feel like it's maybe an interesting lower level alternative to Contagion. The problem with Bestow Curse is that enemies get saving throws every turn against it. you need to maintain a high spell save DC and keep their saves low for an extended period of time, or an amount of benefit that is proportionate to, like, Hex, which doesn't have that issue. So, like, color spray never worked, even when I was point blank in front of an enemy. TP Raymond, did you read color spray? I feel like we're having a reading issue here, too. Do I have color spray scrolls? No? Alright, let's pull up the wiki page for color spray. Like, a lot of these perceptions of spells are solved by reading. Blind creatures up to a combined 33 hit points. I did have 2? Okay. Well, I can't see. There's no saving throw. If they are inside of this HP range, it works on them. It upcasts 11 HP per level, per spell level. So, if you have the spell slots, and you are looking at enemies' HP, you can functionally blind whatever you want. People be confusing color spray garbage with prismatic spray, garbage but smells better. But, like, color spray isn't garbage, though. Blind is an objectively good status condition to apply. Being able to apply blind without an attack roll or a saving throw, as long as you monitor the enemy's HP, is good. Well, 33, yeah, still didn't work. Maybe I'm incredibly unlucky. There's no saving throw component. What were you trying to blind? And did you make sure that the enemies was actually, like, highlighted by color spray? Because I'm fairly certain this is still user error. Did you use it against something that's immune to being blinded? Put it on my bar. So when you're targeting AoEs, did they have the little spiky things around their cone? Or around their circle? Because that means they'd be affected. But if they don't, then they wouldn't. Like with Bestow Curse, you can force disadvantage on enemies' attacks. So, like blinding them. Because that's what blind does. Blindness does that for 10 turns with a level 2 spell slot without concentration, and lets you send multiple targets of it if you upcast at the same target. You wouldn't bestow Curse over casting Blindness. Dread thing is not like Fear, they just lose an action point, but they get a saving throw every turn, so you have to constantly maintain that to deny them just their action point. Hey, Seth. But yeah, like, I know you're not arguing for Bestow Curse, it's just, it's one of those things that's very hard to find value, because most of what it does is just, like, more inefficient versions of what other spells do. I have a question about Color Spray as an action refresh. I don't actually know. Not sure, Ansel. Haven't tried. We can try it here. Call of Duty being an action refresh is so yummy. I wish it was. It is not. 'Cause, 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 in blind sight? No. Skeletons are immune to that. So I don't think it'll actually even like register as a thing to start the combat. See, he's not showing up as targetable. I'll try it against someone else. Got people to try it out on upstairs. It's okay.
There's an inscription on the ring. I don't recognize the language, though. Need to find a way forward. What's happened?
Oh. I don't think I'm gonna help him grit this run. What's the actual name? Cloud of Daggers.
I've seen this language before. Inscribed on the Tsar's signature.
Why don't I take another tick? Scammed. It was definitely not in that AoE. Trying you.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Alright, no blind immunity. Stealth successful. Results inconclusive. Let's try it on you. Not an action refresh. Back to Quag spraying. The question whether Color Spray is an action refresh, and I had to extol the virtues of Color Spray actually not being a bad spell. You'd be proud. Guess I have no reason not to use that, huh?
I don't need any attention right now.
Wonder if in a party casting Hex, Bestow Curse, and Contagion all at the same time on one thing is like something of value. What is Bestow Curse contributing at that point?
Looking closer, the ring.
Not on my cloud. Real issue. What if Note that Color Spray in BG3 is actually vastly more reliable than Color Spray in Tabletop. 33 hit points plus 11 per level upcast based on the fact that it's 6d10 plus 2d10 per level in Tabletop. Takes 33 plus 11 any day. Yeah, consistency is key, right? Can cause dread at the same time as hexing something's attack stat and causing one of the many juicy contagion effects. I don't know, I just wonder if it's additively useful at all. So what does dread do? Like, I'll reiterate the question. What does dread do? What is it doing for you? Like, what is the end goal of using dread? I'll head out later, Mick. You can use it to force someone to not take actions or reactions at all. Okay, so something Contagion can do. Contagion can already do that. How you doing, Number Blackthorn? Slipped on my own ice. It's a funny way to get revealed. I guess I don't have immunity right now. I should fix that. Yeah, but if you bestow curse for that, you could do something additional with Contagion and Hex. You can use multiple Contagions, Candy May. That is not additional functionality. You can put every kind of Contagion at once on a target. Including the one that makes it so they get stunned whenever you do anything to them. So when I said Contagion already does that, I did in fact mean Contagion already does that. I didn't mean Contagion doesn't already do that. I mean Contagion already does that. Hey Cam, how you doing?
Just out of view.
I want key points back. So do that. I just want bestow curse to have use. You don't have to be delusional to... Like, the worst thing you could do for something you want to make work is pretend it has value where it doesn't. Again, intellectual dishonesty is cringe. Well, in reality, look for things that it does that other things don't do. That's where you find value. Don't need to die on the hill of, but it does this thing that this other thing I mentioned in the same line of text also does. Don't do that.
To be cautious. Softer than a whisper.
Understand now. I ask myself if I walk through the forest and somebody shoot me with an arrow. I don't know immediately where he is. I don't think I understand. Stealth failed, still got him though.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Is the Stealth Archer trick? I still think you're not really understanding the primary motion. Like, there's no trick. I'm just using the stealth skill to do what the stealth skill says it does. It's just regular gameplay, but I'm just focusing on a skill. There's no trick to it, really. I'm just, like, stacking my stealth bonuses really high. That's it. It's realistic, I suppose. If you don't stealth in the enemy vision cone. Nice. Say the trick here is turning off asking for reactions to Naycher Cleric things all go off out of combat. That's a unique thing. Somewhat. I mean, Rogue can do the same thing with sneak attack, just in different flavor. Hunter can do the same thing with Colossus Slayer. Swarmkeeper can do the same thing with their swarms. I just like doing this in Cleric flavor. I'd like to point out most of the spells may have situational value based on situations you've never in with your encyclopedic knowledge of the game. Quag. That's not to say they're good or anything, but I think part of the disconnect is knowledge differential. While reading can overcome some of that, you have a set of knowledge that allows you to secure 40% of your levels for engaging in any meaningful combat. I mean, that's true. Everything you said is something that I agree with, but, like, the dangerous place a lot of people go with that line of reasoning is, okay, but because you know what you're talking about, your opinion on this subject means less. Like, huh? So, knowing what you're talking about means that the take is too informed. And I'm not accusing anyone here of doing that, but, like, that's a place a lot of people go.
You stand, there are some scuffs to show it's...
Checks out in today's society, doesn't it? And there are people who know far more about the stuff than I do. Particularly the stealth sphere stuff. I've been learning a lot about it recently. It's mostly new to me.
Just like the door to the rings.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Sounds frighteningly political. Aha. Excuse me, sorry. Colossus would be optimal here, but I'm gonna stick with Vigilance just to make sure that Cazador can't do any fuck shit to me. Need more hotbar space, man. I like the way the dwarf characters hug their crossbows, it's cute. I agree. Time to spank Cazador? Yeah. did get him with a crawler mucus. That's very funny, actually. I missed. Boo. Now I gotta deal with Chatterteeth. I got the stun, but I do still have to deal with him next turn. Hey, Viper. Need to make D&D maps? Ooh. She's cooking up. I forgot to Quag Cloud before shooting that arrow sling. That was my error, but we did get a good opener on Cazador damage-wise, so can't complain too much. So we're gonna switch to Bloodlust here. Start blasting.
Let's get this over with.
Gonna put me in a disadvantageous. I can speak position a couple turns from now, but it's fine for now. Well. So I said disconnect, you have the advantage of a top-down perspective, whereas players like me and mind you have learned an immense amount of things that came from you. Do not have the advantage without global knowledge or willing to admit things you don't know, which is a trait people in general, people on the internet in particular, generally lack. I know many of my questions may be particularly daft, and someone has asked this stupid questions. I agree. Asking questions is good, even if they're sometimes outwardly frustrating ones. But, like, losing that willingness to ask questions is worse than not doing it, if you ask me. I actually didn't get him close enough to the daylight there. What if I did this? That's the opposite of the direction. Huh? I just want to see what'll happen now. Okay, it was just gaslighting me. Cool, I guess. Nauseous. Unbelievable. retreated a little bit for the lethargic turn. I was gonna use my action, but I failed that con save. But yeah, I want to reiterate that I do not view myself as more knowledgeable than other people as a baseline. This is just something that I do a lot, and I surround myself with other people who like knowing how shit works. And I like learning how more shit works. I try to always be learning how something works that I'm not as familiar with as I would want to be. I just really want to stress that that whole thing of good faith analysis is super duper important to me. That's why I get so heated about, like, the rogue bad thing, because it's like, you could not possibly reasonably think this having played the class. Like, the only way is you haven't played it, and you're rage baiting. Why is the game gaslighting me? Please learn how I work. If someone knew that'd help. You okay, buddy? I'll save the lightning arrow for better opportunity. Like, why is it backwards? It's just backwards. Okay, it isn't for you. Remember when I asked if any romance is affected companion's quest? Apparently, besides advantage in the inside check, a Starin's romance unlocks a checklist dialogue for him to remain a spawn. You get it if you kill Cazador without him present. Huh, that's cool. Be smart and do bugs. He upcast, so we got big backlash damage. Get out of the bugs, Cazador. I tried to save him. I think I died here once I got paralyzed. Yeah, being denied your turns is a very common run killer. Any spare quest. Fun.
Ding, anything you want to say? Don't.
But it was so chill. Yeah, even with me messing up the opener a little bit. Just pew pew.
I need a quick word.
Did we really have to kill the Moon Maiden's servant? I won't weep for her, but we could have used...
Alright, sure, man. That was like a while ago, but... Alright. Brain got hung up on, we got big back.
What in the hells?
Put away and you're done? Yeah. As long as you manage Chatterteeth well, and you don't get paralyzed or knocked into a chasm, Cazador's fight's pretty straightforward. You have a very favorable arena. You got a great choke point, a lot of room to move. You can ring out things if you need to. You You should take pride in your knowledge of the game. It's intellectually dishonest to say you're not more knowledgeable than a lot of people. 600 played most of that analytically. You're indisputably an expert, you know, without question, more than I do about the game. Recognizing there are people who know more than you doesn't mean you don't know more than most people. Knowledge is not a zero-sum game. It's one of my pet peeves. Thanks for the kind words. It's important that I don't come across, it's important to me, at least, that I don't come across as, like, super duper, like, cocky, like, sure of myself, like, hey, I'm better, like, because I don't think I am. I maintain that everything that you see me do is, like, something somebody could do better, including those of you listening to this. But just, in general, remaining open to new information and people possibly knowing more about a thing than you do is a good attitude to have. It's my view.
Here lies a star.
Get your head. And then you might have but.
Oh yeah, if you send a Astarion in by himself, he picks his good ending. His character development.
A quick rummage. Go.
You know what I can do better than you in this game? Die, I excel at that. I don't know, I have some pretty funny death clips.
Taking my time in the shadows.
Interesting the Astarion doesn't know one's looking. Is he being evil around companions to save face for a while? No, it's that when you go into that situation and you're next to him, he is not thinking clearly. He is trying to outsource this complex moral decision to the nearest person, and he's like, all right, so I gotta be useful here. I need the power. I need the power. He goes full Virgil mode. I need more power, even when he knows, no, that doesn't fix anything. Intellectually, Astarion knows that, like, the way he can do right by himself and everyone involved is by not being Cazador. But being face to face with Cazador, he's not thinking super duper clearly. So you as the player being in the room are a corrupting influence. If you're not there, the only one he can rely on is him. So he follows his own moral compass, and his own moral compass says, don't be Cazador. And he then extrapolates from that, okay, all of these people deserve the chance that I never got. They shouldn't have to suffer because of what Cazador made me do to them. And he chooses correctly. I maintain that Astarion is not a good man. But he does eventually grow to the point where he's willing to do the right thing. Which makes him a good character.
Have you lost all sense?
They were innocents. To kill them would have been an even greater crime.
And our children, what of their fate?
Cazador turned everyone we brought him into spawn. I can only assume your children were somewhere in those wretched cells. You'll find them in the Underdark, although you may not like what you find.
This is
well, the way he's written so much, he's written very, very well.
We will need to decide
and
what it
acted
means.
well, of course.
Thank you for what you have done. Slaying Cazador was a great justice.
I really like this character, Alma, a lot because she has some bars, depending on how you handle this. Like, if you bring Astarion to talk to her back in Rivington, she will flat out say to him, like, you have led an evil life, and doing this does not absolve you of that. Like, it doesn't make up for a lifetime of that. But it's a start. She's like, hey, you suck, but you can still be better. Like, realism when it comes to the scope of the objectively horrible things Astarion has done, both willingly and unwillingly. Like, whether he's had full control or not is irrelevant. He did those things, and he evaded responsibility for those things at best. Told himself that there was no other way, at worst.
The urges are calling on you again.
But, like, she holds him to account, and he has the opportunity to do better. And canonically, if Astarion is the only one in the room, he takes that opportunity to do better. And then she lets him go. Because he did the right thing. And that's all she asked him to do.
You know, though I don't look a day over 100, I was alive in Baldur's Gate when the Baal spawn first arose. I was barely aware of it.
Yeah, because I thought of that.
As a young spawn. Rather thrilling. I get to watch the bloodshed firsthand. I felt very unfashionable missing out last time.
I was alive at Baldur's Gate. Roll credits.
It's...
Alright, now we have Rhapsody. Mo damage. And spell save DC. It's pretty cool. So, like, if I wanted to really lead into special arrows, Marco would be the play. Marco Heshkir applies to elemental arrows of matching types, so I could attune to cold, for example, and then get that bonus cold damage. It would certainly be nice for when I get into combat, if I want to, like, backlash someone. I could apply Reverb or encrust it with Frost. Encrust it with Frost more likely, because I wouldn't be going Thunder. So, like, that could be really good. But I think that's more different build direction. Is that why people like Dirge Astarion so much? Astarion directly responsible for... Or Dirge directly responsible for his freedom? Maybe. I think people like Dirge so much because it's customizable. It's an origin character that they still have control over, like, who that person is. So, I think that it's only that. Above everything. Dirge X Astarion. I think it's because Astarion has the most interactivity with Dirge throughout the game. That's what I would attribute that to. You'll notice some Origins just kind of stop commenting on Dirge stuff, especially in Act 3. But Astarion starts commenting early on. I'm at the ship? Yeah, like romance-wise. I think it's because Astarion just has the most to say to Dirge specifically. The other companions have a lot less to say to Dirge about Dirge things. It's like Minthara has a bunch, but Minthara just stops having things to say, period, at a certain point. Hope you're well, Hala. Found out Mysticarian's legendary action can interrupt Scorching Ray before it's finished. Any of those reaction-style legendary actions can do that. Merkle's, Ethel's, Wargaz's, Spectators, Mysticarians, Orin's, Saravox, Answers, they can all do that. Leroican. Yet only certain characters can be kidnapped by Orin, make it make sense. I don't know how they chose that list. Like, it starts to make sense until it doesn't. Halsin and Minthara, that makes sense. Okay, they're very much secondary at this point. It gives them more things to do. Sure. Shadowheart and Astarion not being on the list makes sense. They have big plot lines that you want to pay off, and for, like, a casual player, being denied access to them could be a whole thing. But then wait, there's a rest event that could deny you access to Astarion, so it's not like they were actually worried about that. And also, how does that explain Lae'zel, who is plot critical to like main plot stuff in a way that those two aren't at this point in the story? Like, sure, the main plot stuff still happens without her, but Lae'zel's storyline is tied to the main storyline, whereas Astarion and Shadowheart are entirely secondary at this point. Shadowheart's has already paid off, and Astarion's was never connected at all. Yet Lae'zel is on the Orin list. Gale is also connected to main story stuff, kind of in the way Lae'zel is, and he's also on the Orin list. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And like Will doesn't really have anything to do, but he's got main story stuff that they probably want you to have him around for, because like Mizora, Iron Throne, all that. So he's not on the list. Sure. It just doesn't seem super logical to me. I don't know how they came to the decisions they did in that department. Horn is now Pringles, declare this canon? Okay. I think Dirge is popular because it's a tab which with actual stakes in the world. Tab is just a random level 1 something. Tab's a complete blank slate where Dirge is customizable character with story integration. So anyone who can't be kidnapped by Orin. The list, Viper, is only Lae'zel, Gale, Halsin, Minthara, Yenna. So like Astarion can't, Shadowheart can't, Will can't, Jaheira can't, Halsin can't. Shadowheart and Astarion are too paranoid to get snagged. Will is Mizora watching out for him. Again, Cynic, I don't think that really tracks, because there is a rest event where if you long rest too many times, Astarion can get abducted by the other vampire spawn in the camp. So like he has his own, he can get taken away from you thing. So no, that doesn't logic there. Halsin can get taken. Yep. If you're romancing any of them, they won't be kidnapped. I've seen people claim that they were in an active Minthara romance and she's been taken, so. Yeah, Minsk and Jaheira can't be taken. If I said Halsin there, then yeah, Halsin is on the list. But yeah, again, there's the... It's an event nobody ever sees, because imagine long resting that much without dealing with Cazador. But if you spam enough long rest, then vampire spawn attack your camp. And if you let them, they take Astarion. Karlak, pass me Connor. Thank you.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. This medicatrix.
Doesn't trigger a fight first? Yeah. By let them, I mean by not winning the fight, but also not dying. They just get away with him.
Very well.
Missed this many cantrips. Maybe on the list based on whether or not they have a specific boss to beat. Karlak has Gortash, Astarion has Cazador, Shadowheart has the Sharans. Doesn't explain Will, though, I guess. I mean, and Minthara's is Orin, so... Doesn't explain her either. You could argue that Lae'zel's is Raphael, depending on your interpretation of the most organic way through that quest. Where else can we do stealth stuff? Let's make the Hagsbane. Let's do that. The air didn't want to run res using a level 160 extender because I felt he deserved to suffer for receivers. Level 160 extender? Like, is the point just to have every class maxed out? Just like, what does that even look like? Nah, I'm curious. I think I've ever seen oil freezing before. You have to craft it. It does not exist if you don't craft it. To craft it, you don't unlock the recipe. You unlock the recipe by getting the mats.
That might be worth a look. Don't pay any attention.
Would you like to be more than a remove?
Well, we could do Obelisk for a while. Yeah, that seems fun. Yeah, I killed that doppelganger once, Mustard. Nothing really came of it, but they are worth XP.
We've got rules. No pissing or shitting. If you're good.
You heard him, chat. No pissing or shitting.
Shove off. Breathe quiet. Actually, just leave me to burn. Oh, bloody hangover. What did you...
But it's an emergency. Alright, you can have one more of each. But then you're cut off. Not a bad streak. I am on Bloodlust. Pretty weak. Let's see if I can secure a kill here. Cool. Oh, you didn't move at all?
to the chase.
Was that Vonra? Yeah. If you throw the Hag's Bane at Ethel up here, then she pukes up Vonra up here, and you can tell her to go home. You don't want to worry about non-lethal downstairs.
Such pretty skin flaps. I want them.
Anyone got any extra skin flaps? Mine are on their last legs. What's it backwards? You done? So wait, I never thought of just using that to throw things behind you. So if you put your back to a chasm, could you just... Gotta try that somewhere. Managed to sneak past Ethel's mass minions for the first time. Learned if you don't deal with them, she summons them to fight this close call now and over the future. That's exactly the right attitude to have. Glad you made that through and got some useful info to take away.
What's that? Can't risk being in open view. No doubt about it. This is where the hag must be.
There can be no doubt. This is the place.
Softer than a whisper. I don't need any attention right now.
Saw me last second. Oh, it used my bloodlust action there. That's cool. That was a happy accident. Oh, they died. Okay, bye. Sure. Good fight, I guess. Do I have Wall of Fire for the maximum funny? I think I used... Oh, no, I have. Ooh, I have. I have.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Let me in. Let me in. Okay, fine.
Come on, open up.
The masks in Act 1 can also be a huge detriment in that fight. Like, if the one that can frighten you just locks you down in place and puts you in a position where you are taking constant damage, putting your concentration at risk, and trapping you inside of Ethel's AoEs. Maybe you're trapped on a spot where the clones have high ground on you, and they're hitting you even more accurately. Like, those can also be a pretty big issue. I think the Mask of Vengeance is also willing to shove you, and there's a death chasm there, so... They're certainly not as dangerous as the Act 3 ones, you're absolutely right about that, but... It's best not to make the Act 1 Ethel fight any harder than it already is. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't know if moving Moonbeam counts as casting a spell for the purpose of Ethel's legendary action. Unsure off the top of my head. I would suspect yes, but... yeah. Baneblade says move Moonbeam is a level 2 evocation spell. The spell allows the spellcaster to move their Moonbeam, yada yada yada. If it's classified as a spell, then rather than a class action, then yes.
Just out of view.
My favorite silly solutions to this.
Have to keep going.
Wall of Fire does not break hiding.
If I wanted my growth seen to petal, it wouldn't be you I'd call.
Atrix. So you can just, from hiding, before the fight starts, go around putting walls of fire on each of these. One cast will kill each of them, because the burning suppresses the healing.
Those fungi are worth 1,000 of you, you pissant.
Hiding failed. Allegedly.
No! Not my mushrooms!
Alrighty, that's that.
Better than nothing. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Yeah, bye. Get the new mouse. I did actually just get a delivery a minute ago, so it should be here. I just haven't opened it yet. I didn't open the box. I didn't even gear swap or anything. That was the Ethel fight. Well, let's go get Duel's Prerogative. It's morning for you. It's early afternoon at this point. Mouse you end up getting? I got a Razor Basilisk. I usually go either Razor or Steel Series for mouse purposes. And for keyboards.
You brought back my sweet, sweet girl. Everything is going to be alright.
Boy swears by that mouse. Yeah, I was talking to my partner and she said that she swears by that one too.
Breathe quiet. Move with
The hug is dead.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
I had a mouse from there once, Mustard. An interesting idea is for the Bank Ballist fight. What if I trigger the fight and then leave? Let the Ballists win and then I stealth them all later? Be kind of funny.
Feel what exactly?
Do we have Schrodinger's Janet's estate? No, it looks normal. Hello. Wrong door. Before this chat, I thought I was the only one annoyed by a leaf blower outside all day. It's like one of the most infuriating things I can think of at this point for me, Baneblade. I hate it so much.
What's past this?
got Logitech stuff, not particularly attached, but it works and I like it. I feel like that's a good place to be. Brand loyalty is a bit silly. Go with what works. Does what you need it to do. What are we hating? Why are we passionate about it? Neighbors who are obnoxious about their leaf blowing. Was the subject. I had one that was going for 4 hours this morning. And as I put it when I was starting stream, I'm pretty sure I have more real estate in my fucking armpit than they do, you know, for their entire lawn. So, how does it take you 4 hours to leaf blow that? Like, I'm bad at yard work stuff, and I could do it in 1 hour. So, like, how does it take you 4? Hiding from whoever's inside. Yeah. My time blowing through? Okay. Okay. Neighbors who acquire kittens don't take care of them. Anyone who gets a pet that they then refuse to care for, fuck you. Don't make your neglect some animal's life to live through. Like, ugh. Maybe they're making leaf piles, jumping and then blowing all the leaves back into piles. Hey, it wasn't this time, but last time they were leaf blowing the leaves over here. So they became my fucking problem. So not only did I have to listen to them for like a third of my stream time, but like, then that was my fucking problem.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
I'm gonna change up my approach a little bit here just in case things go wrong.
Can't risk being in open view.
Throw your poison. You see how many stacks we had there? That's great. What do you mean you're healing?
Fall by my hand. That's a friendly looking shadow.
Did you hear that heal? I'm gonna fart my way over so I can get you too.
I don't need any attention right now. Some careful footwork. These boots have seen everything.
Dwarf animation's so fucking quick. Yeah. Got BOGO burritos, had an extra leftover. Love it. I want to lean more into this reposition malefactor, because it never occurred to me to throw things over a ledge like behind me. Burger for dinner tonight in the middle of a heavy spaghetti bolognese week. Nice. Does he use weapon action DC or spell save DC? Or an average of the two. Some things are weird. I'm assuming weapon action DC because it's classed as a weapon action, but... Having Snowburst on, that's pretty cool. Running low on invis pots.
Just out of view.
The fact that that still does damage is really good too. Give the fart cape more credit. The fart cape is really good. I'm a big fan of the fart cape. What is this trajectory? No way that you're serious about that. No, you weren't. Okay, how about now? Okay, yeah. Just there was no... So you have to kind of know the angles. The preview sort of completely lies to you. Gonna try ocean dumping someone here? Yeah. Turning out to be a little easier said than done, but... There we go. Trying the pull. Yeah, I didn't know, Trade, it can throw things behind you. So, like, that's... There's some sauce to that. If I go here, are you out of range? Please say no. Oh! Aw, boo. Stop it. So it is spell save DC. No, it's not spell save DC. Is it fixed 15? Because I didn't think that was right. Yeah, it's fixed 15. Okay. 5.
This calls for careful footwork.
At angle. About here. There we go.
Pave my path with corpses. Build my castle with bones.
The funny. Yeah, if you see the math ain't mathin' with the spell save DC calc kind of thing, that means it's fixed DC. Fixed 15 does mean you don't need spell save DC to use this effectively, it just means you need to lower the enemies. And honestly, 15 is a pretty good number for that. Just like impose disadvantage and you'll land it somewhat consistently. Excuse me. I was gonna use that on. Do I have a flash blinder? I don't have the mats to make some, but I should go buy some. Because, like, I could stun Steel Watchers and then throw them into chasms that way. What's stopping you from, like, paralyzing Orin and then using that on her? Wanted to use that to pull the meatballs into the void for ranked run, but region lock destroys the foundry. Right. What kind of critter is one of my emotes? This is originally just like a stylized version of if you know the Blight character from Batman Beyond, because the deep lore there is someone as a joke like many years ago was like, hey, this is you when you're being toxic. Haha. Wasn't actually being toxic, but making fun of people who believed that I was. So I made it my profile picture, and then just like the actual original character, and then eventually it sort of over time morphed into like its own thing type deal. So legally distinct. Stun eating? Yeah, I already do it against some Steel Watchers with Roaring Thunder arrows. Because they auto-fail. You can do it with Telekinesis as well. So, ultimately, Reposition Malefactor is an inefficient version of that. But it's a funny version. You could go Lethargic. Yeah. Any stun. Mind Blast. Lethargic, Flash Blinders against Steel Watchers. Any of those will do it. Completely distinct blade, let's just call him Scourge. How about Doc Phosphorus? If you want to do Foundry stuff, it'd be too easy to get good rank. Just use Act Lock instead of Region Lock. No, like, Act Lock and Region Lock are just different rule sets. Like, Act Lock still has meaningful restriction, it's only different in Act 3, and the logic behind Act Lock over Region Lock is usually to allow you to have more content to do.
A couple turns should do it.
So, like, it's just, you're exchanging being forced to do Coronation Gortash for just having more content in the game. Like, that introduces Iron Throne, Steel Watch Foundry. Adds in more tadpoles. Endgame allies. It's not an inherently easier thing, it's just less denial of content in the context of ranked. Should stop trying to play BD3 and watch your stream at the same time. Took me 2 hours to get from the beach to recruiting Lazel, long rest for the first time. Wrath, you know that, like, I'll go on a 30-minute tangent staring at a dialogue option. I am not always productive at multiclassing either. Quite shit at it, I would say. I should really rob the bank first, actually. That'll let me get the money to get Anointed Splendor. And then steal that money back and use it again to buy what I want from a Bazigal. Maybe we Ballast Armor, reposition Malefactor. I don't know, it seems like a funny shitpost.
Comes to magical protection, I've really spared no expense.
What if it doesn't work? Nowadays, don't you? Criminals.
Please stop interrupting me. 12.
I must.
If everyone else minds their business.
Oh, well.
Just out of view.
It's fine. All good? Yeah, Alfredo GG, how are you? I haven't bought Sledboard. I guess I should go buy that. Meh. Up to here. Frees up my glove slot. What a tribe, Beckoning Darkness. A little bit, just because I can, really.
he did. I have something to ask.
A relaxed tone and easy smile, but the halfling's shifting gaze
Short.
gives it away.
Can't see over the counter.
Something has him rattled.
Look at the short. Everybody look at the short.
Oh, he's an unusual sort of customer, but the head banker said he'd handle it, so it's fine.
I don't care about my inspo.
I'm sure.
I don't really need them for anything else.
That very.
I mean, maybe I want a little for Orin, I guess.
Account holders only, which is
I have options though to refill. We're using Contagion on, that's why I got level 9 Cleric. I used it on Orin. I haven't used it on anything else yet. I have an idea. Maybe I use it on the Conquest Pally Githyanki. Might be something. Like maybe I set that up from Greater Invis. Always want to play a short race, just so hard to justify besides Dwargar. I really like Gold Dwarf HP. And if you are going hard on the I want to stealth without getting in combat thing, that is the singular case where Halfling is not making your entire character worse. Because mechanically you cannot actually roll stealth checks at advantage, so a Halfling luck is pseudo advantage. But again, disregard that if you're playing Rogue, because then Rogue doesn't care either. Because you can't roll a 1, so Halfling luck won't even happen. So, if you're doing non-Rogue stealth, Halfling good. I realize that's an incredibly narrow sphere of things, but Halfling be like. Advantage on stealth roll just +5? No. Advantage on stealth, for the purpose of avoiding getting into combat stealth. I'm not talking about subtle spell or greater invis. Advantage does make it neutral, because the way the game is set up, stealth checks to avoid getting into combat are always rolled at disadvantage. So you do want one source of advantage to get neutral, but you can't, because sources of advantage don't stack, you can't make it positive. So you're always rolling neutrally at best, which means you do still have that 1 in 20 chance to just fail, which is where Halfling comes in. Yeah, but Trizia. No, it's a bit off topic. No, that's fine. Played Abjuration Wizard? Yes. Seems cool. Level 4, it's not really doing anything yet. Is this normal? I don't think you're paying attention to what it's doing. So, at level 4, you can have up to 8 Arcane Ward. You have 8 damage reduction to all sources. Most things in Act 1 can't hurt you. Already. So, I think you just gotta pay closer attention to your gameplay. Or make sure you're maintaining your ward if you're not already.
Another step forward. That's curious. Here we go.
Abjuration Wizard is arguably the tankiest class in the game. I still maintain that Rogue is tankier, but like, you could also just do both. No, that's valid. I don't think I'm maintaining stacks as well as I could. That makes sense. Thank you. Of course. If you have questions, feel free. Easiest way to max abjuration stacks early game. Casting scrolls and one-off spells from items that give you uses of abjuration spells. So like the Lesser Restoration Amulet, the Protection from Evil and Good Amulet, the Aid Amulet, the Shield of Faith Greatsword. Those are all abjuration spells. So if you need to top off, you can do all those. Some of those come back, like, I know the Lesser Restoration comes back in Short Rest. If you have a huge surplus of Mage Armor scrolls, Protection from Evil and Good scrolls, those do it too. Little expensive to keep maintaining that way, but that's a way. If you ever get your ward to 0, there's a lot of conditions that will, when they happen, restore your ward to half of your maximum. So getting back to half of your max is very, very easy. Getting back to your max from that halfway point is a bit more of an issue, but it's still reasonable. I want to do this. Am I just Spirit Guardians? I don't have known Hidden Splendor yet. Let's do more crime. Also, Blade Ward's your best friend. Yeah. Remember, the combination of resistance and reduction is what makes you, borderline unkillable. Resistance is calc'd first, followed by reduction. So, let's say someone sends a 20 damage bludgeoning attack at your face. Well, if you only have a ward of 8 by being a level 4 wizard, then you're reducing it from 20 to 12. But if you cast your Blade Ward first, you're reducing it from 20 to 10, and then from 10 to 2.
Don't give me trouble now.
Roll good. I think I have the key to like one of these. It's this one. Always check. I don't care too much about my thieves tools, so I'll go down till I have like 3. If anything, this helps my carry weight. I have enough money for everything I really need it for right now. So I'm not worried about it. I guess I do need inspos for something I forgot about. I gotta talk Lae'zel into not being all Blacketh pilled. Just gotta figure out if I want to use Slayer form anywhere. Could always just get her stoned and leave her. Well, currently she's Blacketh pilled. I need her to, like, become not Blacketh pilled. So if I was trying to avoid the conversation happening, then yeah, I could just get her stoned.
See an altar dedicated to
When they needlessly changed the Gale donation UI, they also broke giving stacks of items to this. So if you want to give gold, you have to put it in a backpack, and it's incredibly stupid. Stumbles in drained of social battery, but smelling of team spirit. Oh, what's all this then? Yeah, good job at getting drained or whatever. The sauce of today is we are pulling things with the Steel Watcher bow. Because I didn't realize it lets you, like... If you have your back to a chasm, you can just pull people into the chasm behind you. And that's very, very funny. So I'm doing that. Wherever possible. Thank you for that. I can understand why I could donate gold anymore. Of course, Keith. It's an annoying bug that I've been complaining about ever since it happened. But, like, Larian making their 5,000 changes to appeal to people who complain about Gale asking you for up to 3 items throughout the entire game. And I really gotta emphasize, up to 3. Because in most of my playthroughs, he only asks for 1. Tend to rush the goblin camp. And? What does that have to do with anything? What was I doing? Oh yeah, Murder Tribunal. Strange, can't get zombies to equip items than normal ones. Maybe they can't. I've never tested to see if they can. Some summons cannot. I wouldn't really know if they're on the list or not. Hey, Honeywell Rams, how are you?
The locked door has red text on.
What are you doing, cat? He's cat. He's exceptionally cat. Beckoning Darkness is cool. Let's do that, because it at least boosts my punches too.
Present me well from
I'm good, hope you're well? Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Or I shall agree.
Raptor Sky's here for the... for the aura.
You gaze upon murder's progeny, child.
His most ill-trusted zealots.
His faithful departed.
Prodigal servants. Each returns to do his bidding eternally.
This is the court of the Dread Lord's Tribunal. I am its custodian. Here come those who seek to transcend. But you...
So is he your cousin? Great uncle?
But now, you have returned. It is a lesson already. We...
Kevin has a huge little face, he does. Love cats so much, can't wait to have some. Cats are the best. Love Saravok's voice. It oozes gravitas.
Come, slaughter this celestial being. Spill its blood into the void, and through eradication of its goodness, be exalted.
Strangle it with its own trunk, yes.
Spare no violence
yes.
for the Dread Lord's grace.
I ooze too, just not gravitas. Oh, well, I'm still proud of you for oozing. You worked hard on that. Target cannot be moved by force. Oh, now I want to do a giant barbarian build with this. Pull them in with this, then kick them away, and just that's their life. I gotta do that, right?
Someone will stop you, Ballast. When they do, it hurts.
Just per action? Yep.
Father Baal, your lost child, bathed anew. Arise, unholy assassin.
His most unholy will be done.
Gravity doesn't help. Does help with the using, though. Oh, so this is you right now, Kels?
Take this amulet, child. There is...
Unholy assassin.
I became an assassin of all once for my evil dirge, and a star stole my thunder to take place in the bloodbath. I mean, it's blood. Can you blame?
I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul whims.
Can't afford all this yet, but like we'll work that out. We'll work something out. I'll do anything for the not that, for ballast armor, Bazigal. You know what I forgot about? The concept of food. I should eat some of that today, huh? I like selling him a globe because it's funny. Maybe he'll decide to help me out by popping it when we fight later. Simply hold it in? Mm-hmm. Yeah, why don't you just hold it in? Like, if you want to stop bleeding, just, like, stop bleeding. Are you the type of person who only eats when they start shaking? Yes. I don't really feel hunger when I'm supposed to. It's more I feel the effects of not having eaten for a very long time. Probably don't use this, but it's nice to have around. Mew and Goblin theme. Shit goes unreasonably hard, Sora. I heard it in a video the other day, and I just started vibing immediately. Like, I couldn't control myself.
But that's twice what you just said.
If I need the toilet, I simply lie down and reabsorb the fluids into my body. Thank you. I was telling Chad earlier, no more pissing or shitting, and they felt like they couldn't do that.
I heard her books were placed on the ground in the shape of the Absolute's mark.
Better than ever. With all the articles about cults and war.
I'll give him a few more of those if you catch my drift.
Full of food gourmet goblin, love to eat, also love to poo. Hell yeah. Alright, show of hands. Who here has ever pooed? It's okay. This is a safe space. Never once, only on special occasions. Can't remember the last time. I believe you, cousin, that's a problem. I think my stomach also agrees that I need food. I did when I gave birth? That's a power move, honestly.
The broadsheet's gone to pot ever since I left.
Please, kind sir, can you spare a few coins to feed my soul?
I was in the bathroom going number 2 was the question. No, I think you answered. Someone understood the assignment. You doing spaghetti policy. Good to see you again. Good old lightning arrow. No burst ring. Going crazy. So I have +4 spell save DC thanks to Helldust Gloves plus Rhapsody right now. So yeah, DC 18 ice. Gotta be tough sometimes, you know? Boo. I may not know much about this poo you speak of, but I do know how to scunch my blunt. Ooh, who up scunching they blunt? Zumbo and they pumbo. Elliot. Alright, that was the next funniest Act 3 name I could think of. Xander they're tubing? Uh-huh. Out here styling all the horses. Incredible. Iconic, even. I just think it's neat. I rarely get this bow this early in the act.
Thank you.
It's very funny with Snowburst Ring.
So Quaggen. But why are they so close to the city?
Sick and likely to die.
Please, sir. Oh, please.
What do you want me to do? Arrest the smell?
Some help you are. Where's the steel watch when you need 'em?
Catching up on chat. Interesting occurrences. Interesting. When did I put that back on? No, I think I did it right after, actually. Yeah. Get back here, Sawagan. Sawagan! You can't escape me. I'll fish you to the ends of the pier. I let my phone almost die this morning, so I plugged it in and then forgot about its existence for a full 4.5 hours. So I had to catch up on stuff. Hashtag off-grid. I am not a terribly online person, despite streaming the hours I do. Alright, I did that to get Contagion. What did I get Contagion for? Trying to reverse engineer my own thought processes. Must have meant I wanted to use it on someone. Who would I logically use Contagion on? A boss who's not immune. Doing that to Lorokin's a waste of time. I don't think I wanted to fight Sarevok yet. Already stuck at the Orin. Hey yo. Probably get the Yankee. Probably get the Yankee.
Better than ever. With all the articles about cults and war. I can think of a thing or two.
I could go out of my way to kill the Steel Watcher Titan really early as well. Thinking about it. That could maybe be fun.
We have steel watchers promenading the streets, and you're worried about price of
Going out to eat by myself tonight, my anxiety cannot. See, I would simply choose not to eat, but I have an unhealthy relationship with food, so...
The cellars are just down the stairs. There, you'll find my old lodgings.
Doesn't really make sense to me how some of these rats are smart enough to go around the fire and some aren't. I mean, I guess it's like people, right? Yeah, I crit on that, bro.
The wine cellar. There's a hidden door that leads further in. The mechanism to open it is somewhere among the wine pipes.
Also want to get fish and chips. I could go for some fish and
Cursed to
chips.
put my hands on everything.
Investigating your own actions because you know yourself better than you can remember the last 10 minutes is peak ADHD. It's me, the CEO of ADHD.
Every brick out if you have to. If it doesn't come, you must find evidence.
Never wanted the easy path.
The idea of Mindfire is really funny here. Wait, no, she's a paladin. This isn't gonna work. She's a paladin. Duh, immune to disease. Well, I'll have to find another use case for that. What's my play instead, then? What am I blind immunity on right now? Glad I thought before I did it. Pretty satisfying. I'm also not in dwarf mode, so my attack speed is a lot slower than it otherwise would be. Why have I not keybound this?
To be cautious.
Blackhead is relentless. You handled it well. Let us hope she exhausts her forces soon.
Okay.
Now search the room.
That's fun.
There's a statue that conceals the way through. I'll reveal it to you.
I really enjoy the Hellfire Engine crossbow. I really should route this in a way where I killed Gordhash a lot earlier. Because, like, Gordhash's bow is a great Divine Strike weapon.
One day I'll catch a break.
Because you can react Divine Strike on the bonus action shot. The bonus action shot doesn't really do meaningful damage, but you can still react on it and stuff.
Don't mind if I do.
And it's a way to shoot with your bonus action without having to use hand crossbows and compromise on your range and your base damage on the main hand shot. Hey, my old diddlehead poop. I hate that I laughed at that. I'm so embarrassed. Shit piss all over again. Yeah. Yeah. What if I stealthed the big stupid dragon with insect plague and just stood next to him with ballast armor, passing stealth checks? Death by bugs. It sounds funny. I'm trying to think of what I want to do. Guess we could actually fight the House of Grief now. Put in Spike Growth first. It doesn't move, so. And also, 4 damage reduction means Spike Growth is extremely unlikely to be able to damage the big stupid dragon. Do I even switch back to greater health? I have 95 HP. I don't really think I need more. You too. I know you're playing, but it's gonna turn into fighting. Big stupid dragon is big stupid dragon. Yeah. Careful, I heard the House of Grief is dangerous. If you don't read, yeah. Or if you somehow get to this point in the game having learned no lessons from any of the combat encounters, yeah. If you trust Redditors when they tell you things like, only single target DPS matters, and you +3 dexterity is enough initiative for the entire game, then yeah. Probably hard. Brown? Yeah. Brown. Oh, I ran out of invis pots, didn't I? Can you make more? Most expensive invis pot of my life, but sure.
Moving ahead.
Dangerous. I only see Bussy Crunch fodder. And I love Bussy Crunch.
And embraced by Lady Shah beneath an extinguished sun, all burdens shall be lifted, all pains forgotten. We shall be free.
Free from light, free from pain, free from all burdens.
Lady Shah shall restore us to our purest form.
You can do the tech. No, I put it on the wrong weapon. That's okay. Get over here.
I am Lady Shah.
Your coochie crispy, you might need a shower.
You cannot win. Lady Shah's will shall be done.
Now I'm just thinking of Coochie Crisp as like a cereal. Bussy Crunch and Coochie Crisp. Oh yeah, Shoop made that joke. Oh, see, that's why I was thinking of it. Yeah, good marketing, Shoop. You're a natural. Bussy Crunch. Miss. Oh, yeah. Jake is jaking over there.
You hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
He was making Jake noises, and now he's making himself comfortable in my laundry bin. Thanks, Quag. I do work in marketing, but you're the first to believe in my genius. Of course. May I inquire as to which element of the periodic table is your favorite? Let's go with bromium because of all the bro memes in like 2014 when people remembered that that's a thing. I'm old. Very much, you're welcome. A life of bro memes just flashed before my eyes. How old is old? I'm not actually old. I'm 30. 30 is not old. 40 is not old. I don't even really consider 50 old either. And 60? At that point, old is determined by your lifestyle, right? I know people who are in their 70s who are extremely physically active and have more useful energy than, like, people less than half their age do. So, ultimately, old is a spiritual thing. Old man energy is what I bring to the table. Saying that hat is fucking adorable. I should have done Terrazul. Me when I don't think. Kinda hope Iconi was there. He wasn't. Whee. Oh, there she is. Why are you there? Weird choice. Insect Plague do again? Big fuck you piercing damage area. Also reduces movement speed. Also forces disadvantage on perception. The disadvantage on perception is rarely useful, but... Lure from work. Hi, Dane. Bossy Crunch is particularly crunchy today, good sir. Thank you, thank you. There's some added syrup. So why can't we have this hood model? I want it. But Oil of Combustion is very easily used by Naycher Clerics because you can just react Divine Strike Fire on the same shot you used to apply it. Automod didn't like screw in. Crunch. Have you eaten your Bussy Crunch today? Oh, that was so toxic. I did finally get my honor one achievement. First thing I'm doing, downloading all the character creation mods and the manager's new tab can look godly amounts of slay. Character creation is the real end game for a lot of people. Okay, so what if? Well, you weren't supposed to die. Fine. You insist. I took no damage.
How much further can I go?
While just kind of memeing the entire time, just styling on them. House of Grief is my favorite flex cam for builds. Because the difference between having a good strategy and having a bad strategy is what decides how this goes. Now, Viconia does not appear to know that she's dead. Good for her. I strive to go at life with that energy. It's Glenny Captain Bussy Crunch. You know what? Yeah. Handmaiden the Mace is something I want to mess around with. Like, you could do a Monk Dexterous attack setup where you just... Maybe your strength isn't great, but you have 18 dex. Though your strength doesn't matter. In this case, you just need to keep it below 18. Yeah. Or below your dexterity. Like, you could do some fun dex override stuff with this. It's got that d6 of poison. I don't know, I want to use this sometime. It's just one of those things that's kind of hard to justify because of how late it is. Best use case is probably just ignoring the strength setting part of it. I don't need that right now. Was OG House of Grief? I actually don't remember from my first run. So, everyone used to have Radiant Retort. Possibly not the novices, I don't remember, but like, it wasn't just Viconia with Radiant Retort here. The darkness lasted 10 turns rather than 2. The darkness also dealt damage to you. I believe their Shadow Ambush passive, that necrotic damage applied to whenever you were affected by the blindness from their darkness. If I'm remembering correctly.
With a flick of the wrist.
I think Lae'zel gets the XP for the first Grove Bite Inspiration twice. I've not experienced that, but I won't write it off. Do you think specifically Lae'zel, or someone with soldier background? For clarity. I don't have the inspos to talk Sharton to not Sharton. Although, Gale, do you have nerd shit you can do right now? Probably not. Hey, Levon. I was OG House of Grief like, open access days, early patch days. I have vague memories of it being harder and start earlier 2024, probably just because no idea what it's doing. So, the changes that I am positive were made, and there have been a lot of them. Radiant Retort used to be on more enemies, because it's just on one now. At least in the downstairs section, it's only Viconia. It used to be more. On top of that, Shar's Darkness, as cast by those Sharans, it now lasts 2 turns. It used to be 10 turns, like a regular Darkness spell, but they cut it down to 2, which is incredibly silly. And there was some interaction, I believe, with their Shadow Ambush passive, which is bonus necrotic damage if they attack you while you're obscured. I believe that was applying to their Darkness Clouds as well. So those were the concrete changes. I believe there was a couple other minor things that were changed. Like the clerics upstairs have slowly had Radiant Retort stripped away from half of them as well. But there was one more that's escaping me right now. Many changes. Maybe Soldier of a Shade equal XP to my Noble Bard, and lays out same plus 40 over all their companions. Viconia's Divine Intervention, that's the other one. Thank you, Trade. Viconia's Divine Intervention now hurts everyone except for Shadowheart, Shar and Shadowheart. It now also hurts Viconia herself. And not Shar and Shadowheart. Which, I don't know why they felt the need to make the easiest version of that encounter even easier. Because, like, if you have DJ Shart, you can go in, pass a few dialogue checks, and just stage a coup to where, like, most of the room is helping you fight Viconia anyway. So it's like, you don't need help at that point. But they also made it so in that version she just, like, nukes herself. Very weird. What was I here for? Guess I could, if I want to fill out these inspos. There's going to the Temple of Baal, but I don't want Orin to take anyone yet, because who would Orin take? Be Minthara, Halsin, or Gale. I guess I'm fine with it being Halsin. Actually, I don't much care between the three. Let's do the vaults, at least progress Gale's storyline first. You're collecting shard? No, I'm not gonna do that right now. I don't have the inspos. It can wait. I was there for the fight, not for the story. That's the real old man energy. Why did I come here? What was I doing? But yeah, like with the House of Grief, it's never been a difficult area. Even when it was harder, any of the iterations where it was harder, it's never truly been a difficult area. It's just people not managing basic problems that the game has been telling them to manage for the entirety of the playthrough. So, like, action economy, initiative, resistances, use of terrain.
Surely you wouldn't have entered my tower without the knights.
Those are all things the game has been telling you to, and on a first playthrough, assuming you're doing, like, all content, probably for 100 hours at this point.
And the knight's dead?
Get back from urgent care in time for you to sacrifice best girl? No. He's not gonna sacrifice. Just, I want Yenna to keep her cat for once, so I'm gonna let Orin take someone else. I just haven't really decided who. Probably be Halsin. Least lost if something happens. me, please. Oh, you volunteer in Thropsy?
Quite some valuable knowledge hidden between these pages.
What happens if no one's as kidnappables in your camp? It's Yenna. You can't avoid Yenna. Yenna goes to your camp no matter what you do. Like, if you walk past Yenna in Rivington, I'm pretty sure it's still Yenna. But, like, if you talk to Yenna at all, then the next time you go to your camp, Yenna will be there, even if you tell her no. There's some fail-safe conditions that Larian put in certain places to make sure the story plays out as they've designed it. The Orin hostage situation is a constant, much like you getting the artifact is a constant.
That's curious.
And is annoyingly persistent. If you're annoyed by a refugee child trying not to die, that's a you issue. Stop being weird. I have, like, very little patience for the weird shit people say and do around Yenna. Larian's series of failsafes in a variety of scenarios is actually pretty funny. It is. Like, the artifact, let's talk about that one. If you don't get it out of Shadowheart's possession, and she's alive, she will run up to use it to save you. And then if you don't let Shadowheart join you, then one route is she'll pick a fight with you and force you to kill her. But if you then, like, even after making her hostile, leave her there without getting the artifact from her, and you manage to go to a different act, it's still just going to show up in your inventory in a long rest. You can't avoid it.
Deadlier than ever.
The Netherstone failsafes are pretty funny too. Yeah.
Silverhand.
To complete my conservative cosplay run, conservatives shouldn't exist.
But what lies behind
So, no. I know you're joking, but no. Avoiding the artifact have any repercussions? No. Because, like, you can't avoid it. There's no effect on the gameplay, even if you were able to, but for the purpose of the story, the game needs you to have the artifact. Can pass that off. That. She's a sweet little orphan who makes you soup, clearly the most evil thing imaginable. Yeah, like, I'm not saying you gotta like kids or anything. But, like, the amount of weird shit people do when it comes to Yenna, it's like... This kid works up the courage to walk up to someone who looks like they can maybe help her, ask for help, and if you do it, she says she thanks you, says she'll pay you back, and later on shows up in an attempt to pay you back while earning a place to stay. And people are like, oh, you should learn to survive on your own. Isn't that what she's fucking doing, you weird fuck? Like, Yenna's a good kid. Done nothing wrong. Now, this is not me pretending that I've not intentionally allowed Yenna to be kidnapped so I could kill her for Elixir of Bloodlust over and over again during the Orin fight. I'm not pretending I don't do that, but that's gameplay versus weird story shit. Doing better than me, the only party member I'm asking to move in with this big lady. Hell yeah. I can afford to use one of these. I guess I jumped the gun a little bit.
The once indecipherable glyphs now feel dangerous.
I'll just use a noble stock after all. It's fine.
Unholy, but as you close the
Let's see what this does.
Have you been asking for your friend who's me? I have not. I will figure that out. Hi, Kevin. You are a cat. I've noticed. How is catting going? Also, you can speak with that on Yenna. I've never done, seen, or thought to do that. I think I've only ever let Yenna die like once or twice, actually. It's been quite a while. That never occurred to me. Oof. One time I accidentally killed Yenna by forgetting to unlock the altar after the fight coming back later. I did that to Halcyon. And this was like... It wasn't even an intentional thing. On my first co-op playthrough, me and the person I was co-oping with, we both just forgot to free Halcyon after the Orin fight. Just fully forgot. Just left him there. And quite a while later, like, oh...
A book on Netherese magic. Gale may like to know.
Left him on the table? Yeah. And if you leave without saving whoever's there after the fight, they just get killed. They just die off screen. You can ask her, who should I inform of your death? And she's like, you. Yeah, we're saving Yenna's cat. Ow. I didn't need that emotional damage. Ow. That's... Ow. Emotional damage continues. It's a dot. You get your bloodlust from Halcyon, at least there's that. But only once. He's so lazy. He only even works for you to kill him as a battery for your combat abilities once. Like, that's the problem with his generation. Live thanks to your skeletal friend. Oh, fucking guy. Nelson works harder pointing fingers when the grove falls than he does any other time. Correct. Well, that's not true. He also works really, really hard to insert himself into whatever relationship you're in Act 3. If you've been even vaguely nice to him.
I want to have a word.
The annals of Carsus.
Skeletal friendline still kills me. Dade, I was so angry.
By the very hand that wrought. If my suspicions are correct, this is no mere journal. It contains Carsus'
Like the effort I went to,
for the crown's construction.
and then that motherfucker.
Designs for godhood. If we can collect the crown's setting and the 3 netherstones, and with the I promise you, the gods will never grant us such a blessing, no matter how Mistra wanted the brain obliterated. Long road lies ahead. Perhaps I got carried away with the thought this crown could give me back what Mistra took. Elminster?
Oh, hello,
That's what happened. So, I was doing Orin fight, and if anyone has the clip, they can post it. I was doing Orin fight, and I was being really careful not to accidentally kill Halcyon. He was the one who'd gotten abducted, and I did it. And then I freed him, and then he says something to the effect of, he just credits Withers for saving him, instead of me. And I got so angry immediately that I went to kill him, but I went lethargic so I couldn't, so he got away.
She bids you come to her, right?
It's obvious when you stop to think about it. This is a conversation that's long overdue. Go ahead. I'm listening. Of course.
Yeah, we're gonna sign something. I'm gonna send Gale off there. I'm romancing Lae'zel. I'm going to put Minthara in the party. This should mean that Halcin's the only valid target. It might still...
We cannot allow Gale to go through with Elminster's ludicrous plan. Destroying the Absolute before we fully understand it would be madness.
I don't think I've ever heard her say that. Nice. This should make it so that, the only valid target's Halcyon. It's possible that it's still Gale, because I'm pretty sure my Gale approval is way higher than my Halcyon approval. And I think that's how it determines the list. Like, there's a priority bracket, but then also approval romance status are factored in. Like, let's see.
No,
Halcyon.
you can't be here. It's not safe. She has my scent. Run. Do not stop until you feel sunlight and fresh air.
Okay, so, a point I've made very often is that Halcyon is not boring because of the actor. Because he does a great job. Halcyon is boring because they specifically directed him to be as uninteresting as possible. Because, like, what he's allowed to emote, he's good. Just...
Orin the Red. She tormented me with blades and hot irons. I resisted, but then she forced me to drink a foul brew. The rabid, cursed blood of all manner of beasts. I lost control. I felt the bear take over, blood crazed. And she forced me into a cage, along with children taken from the streets.
So you could tell this isn't the real Halsin because he cares about children dying.
Their screams, her laughter, it's all I can hear. I do not deserve to see the sun again. She's too strong. You have to turn around. Go. Let me buy you some time. She's coming for you. Then you are an even dumber beast than your druid friend.
He's only allowed to be interesting when he's not himself. Ah. It's so frustrating.
Father's favorite, all lost and wandering. Have you forgotten the way home? Should I set your lapdog to screaming? That could help you find the way.
I'd have killed him already.
Balls, blood-addled beloved, swaddled in sinews, thinks it can judge.
And your druid friend, or an druid acquaintance at best. Like, associate maybe? Because, like, acquaintance is a little too familiar. Colleague is kind of talking up his abilities a little too much. Associate.
Drive the herd towards his tin men's oppression. You must kill the tyrant, smear him across his rock-rotten halls, and pluck the netherstone from his carcass.
And he kind of invited himself to our crew. Yeah, like...
A sweet slaughter kin. The winner claims the stones. Baal's true chosen. The loser rots on his altar. Agree, and I will bring my assassins to heal. They watch you always, longing to spray the crimson from your veins.
Yeah, that only affects one encounter, and I've already killed them.
Me, and you'll learn what happens to those who defy Baal's doctrine. So will your friend.
That's also an empty threat.
So, this was Orin's intent. Accept, and you must kill Gortash.
You forget, but do come.
One and only time that I played Dirge, term Slaughterkin got on my nerves real quick. Wish the Ord fight didn't ever go Slayer form right away. Wanted to fight the rogue she first struck me as. So you can absolutely fight her in that form too. If you have the ability to turn into the Slayer as Dirge, she doesn't, unless you pick a certain dialogue option. Also, if you are doing any version of the fight other than the duel,
You wish to consult me?
She doesn't turn into the Slayer until it gets to her turn. So it is fully possible to, while she's in rogue form, just kill her before she gets her turn. There's two ways to fight Rogue Orin. Weird how it's only one encounter with the hundreds of other assassins on the map still being hostile. Yeah, I wonder if that's something that they intended to do more with at some point, Baneblade, but they just kind of didn't. Seriously, new playthrough, here I come? Yeah. If you're playing Dirge and you get the ability to turn to the Slayer in Act 2, you have a couple opportunities. there's two different ways you can get it, and you have a couple opportunities for one of the ways. I'm being deliberately vague here. But if you get the ability, then Orin will not have it unless you choose specific dialogue options to make her turn into it in the duel. So it's a legitimate strategy that a lot of people plan around in their runs, which version of Orin they would prefer to fight. Do you have to turn into the Slayer to deny Orin, or just be able to turn into it? You just have to be able to turn into it, that's all. Just need to have the ability. So she could potentially never turn into the Slayer at all. Not just necessarily when it goes to her turn. If you are fighting her in the duel, and you can turn into the Slayer, she just doesn't have the ability to do that. At all. She won't ever change. Again, unless you pick the dialogue line that requires you having used Speak with Dead on her mother. Can you eat Orin in the duel? No, you are both immune to being moved against your will during the duel. Both you and her. Is non-Slayer Orin a drastically different fight? She's a lot less dangerous. Outside of Slayer form. Instead of having Piercing Growl being able to take away your turns by making you fearful running away, she has an AoE Frighten she can do. But, like, Frighten still gives you control. You just can't move. And that's a lot easier to deal with. Also, she doesn't have the ability to auto-crit you with Slay if she knocks you prone. So if you taunt her with the Speak with Deadline, she goes back to Slayer. If you taunt her with the Speak with Deadline, and then also succeed the Persuasion check that's along that line of dialogue, then that's still not her choosing to turn into the Slayer. Instead, Baal will be like, alright, stop talking, and he'll turn her into the Slayer himself. I'm gonna get a little silly with it here because I can. Bloodlust. Bleeding and Fearful. Still unstoppable, but what if I do this? And this. Still have an attack, but not enough movement. That's okay. I don't think shitboxes will allow me to benefit. Oh, no, they do. Cool. Still don't have enough movement, but... 50 slashing? Yeah. Note that this is only with 27 Strength Slayer. It could be 30 Strength Slayer. Don't think I've seen you as Slayer yet. I really love the Slayer form. It's very good, and it is one of the biggest reasons I play Dirge if I ever choose to. Oh, we don't get defective because I'm unable to speak. Sad. You have Sentinel. Beating Fearful. Dead. Thanks for the heal, I guess. Here, right? Yeah, I agree. It's too bad the Slayer form's bad. .51 slashing. At a fucked up Orin will tell you she'll hold her assassins only for her assassins to literally attack anyway. There is only one encounter where Orin saying she'll hold her assassins actually does anything. And it's the ones in the sewers that are shooting at the refugees. It's the only place. I wanted to get some Slayer form value this run. I always like getting it. We won't be keeping it past Orin this run, though. I don't think I care about Bone Spike gloves this run. Well, maybe I do, actually. But let me be more effective against Steel Watchers. But how many Steel Watchers do I plan on stealthing? None. I'm just gonna eat their brains. So what else does that leave? Meatballs? Nah, I could eat them in chasms. Yeah, I don't care about Bone Spike gloves. Leaving XP on the table? I mean, yeah.
Something over there.
word.
The penitent looks at you silently. There is the
Can you become a Mind Flayer then Ghost Slayer? Yes. Sorry, you said Brain is Soup. No, you're good, dude. You're good. I didn't see you ask the first time. But yes, you can. It was a little bit better pre-patch 8, because they messed with how Mind Sanctuary, Permanent Mind Sanctuary works a little bit. So it works out to be you get more actions one turn, but then the next turn you get fewer actions, then it's very annoying. But effectively, peak transformation builds do go Mind Flayer if you're min-maxing for the endgame. A lot of builds do. Not everything, but a lot. Well, if you're going damage, then, like, yeah, everything does in a solo context. But outside of raw damage, there's other mechanical advantages.
But Lady Ori, there's a puddle of blood on the
Urge
floor.
doesn't need to get the Amulet of Ball. I always end up getting it anyway, but Urge shouldn't need to. No, she was still rolling her contagion saves. So she should have Slimy Doom and Flesh Rot right now. Meaning she's vulnerable to all damage, and she gets stunned whenever I hit her.
This could be my old chamber.
I do fellow ballists.
The corpse regards you, lifeless.
Oh, I tried.
The spell.
Where are you from? So getting the information from Helena there that, she tried to kill Orin on Saravok's orders. That's the line of dialogue you can use to, make Orin crash the fuck out. Turn all those off for now. I'm just gonna search in Subjugation because it's funny adjacent. Vicious Shortbow. Strange Conduit, I guess. Hello.
Did it think it could protect? Did it think it could save? Only the blades can offer salvation. No. No.
Can't forget the spunk boots, of course.
He didn't.
So just clicking that first option, no checks, it distracts Orin enough that whoever's on the table isn't at risk anymore. So there's really no reason to let whoever's on the table die in the dialogue. Now, they might get splashed in the fight, but...
How you screamed as my knife slit your skull. Your brain juices. Sticky and sweet. A little hole, big enough for the worm. Your body, a blood sac to feed it. The favorite of Baal turned meat puppet, strung up by the sinews and plucked by my hands.
This is the truth you had forgotten. You know that your own
Husk, maggot, a Baal spawn, slip sliding in filth with these pigs. You don't deserve the Murder Lord's blessing.
He already made me his slayer, I will be his chosen.
Opens its lips and spews filthy lies. No, no! Baal has not decided. First, our blades must carve.
Has Rathmon killed him once? I remember that.
Must be cold. The flesh offered.
The changeling stands no chance, fiendish one. Eviscerate her.
Scaleritus's line there depends on whether or not you have the slayer. And see, Orin is not transforming.
Skin from your carcass.
Kind of forgot the means to get advantage. I'm just gonna hit, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Master, you are the chosen one. He is near. He comes for you.
You know, what was that damage? I crit her, and then she was paralyzed, so then I crit her more. Love that cutscene, it's so good. I really should have put Halcyon in clown makeup for this.
Of his affection for you.
Not a fan of this reveal, feels disappointing to me. Really, I really enjoyed it.
You refuse your inheritance, or I will reclaim it. You were made to conquer, to devour.
Like, why is he a tiny blood mirror boy? I mean, the Dead 3 are kind of... like, they kind of suck. But not mega big lady like Shar. Shar is a major deity in the setting. Like, Shar is, like, a very big deal. Shar and Mishra are capital G gods. Meanwhile, the Dead 3 are just,
No chants, no screams.
barely lowercase.
In the end, your own death brought you more joy than any you wrought on this land. You are slipping into peaceful oblivion. But your journey is not over.
Like, it fits really well, revealing himself merely as a reflection in a pool of blood. Also, him using Scaleritus to talk, and Scaleritus has been, like, your main connection to this storyline for the whole playthrough. That worked well for me. Baal is so powerful he has spawned.
But alas,
That's not from his power, though. The plot of BG 1 and 2 was Baal foresaw his own death. Like, there was a prophecy about it. So he went out and fucked as many things as possible. Like, he went out and fucked everything. So that he would have a ton of kids, and then the backup plan was for Amelisan, you know, from the Murder Tribunal, his high priestess at the time, to ritualistically sacrifice all of them to resurrect him after his death. But she went rogue and was gonna do it to empower herself. So that's through BG2. He eventually came back through other means, but...
challenged the gods, and now liveth to tell of it. Thy fight is not over, and it is...
Baal is not particularly powerful by deity standards. Now, obviously by mortal standards, that's different, but...
So rise, challenger of gods, and prepare for battle once more.
Took 2 bites of fish and chips and Orm was dead, GG or something. Yeah.
A scribe, a seneschal, a keeper of records, and now...
Can we get a Withers mod that just puts some milk stains on his robe? Just for me, as a treat.
I can only give what thou hast earned. Baal tried to extinguish thee, but his wrath is imprecise. He only succeeded in killing the part of thee he knew.
Make a ticket.
The urge that drove thee to terrible acts, the spark of brutality that made thee his.
Baal's main power is he went out and fucked everything he could. Yeah.
That hath grown during thy travels. That part Baal could not extinguish, and so instead of destroying thee,
Looks pretty dried up to me, nothing left to milk. That's coward speak. There's always more.
The heart of a savior hath overshadowed the mind of a murderer. Thou hast vanquished thine urge. I know all, but to state truths is to interfere, for the minds of mortals are easily swayed.
It's possible to learn this power.
For the most part,
not from a tab.
Is to observe. This intervention, the reclamation of thy soul, is beyond mine ordinary remit. But
talking about the Dead 3 again, it's been like... I can't think of an instance for Bane, but I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's a Forgotten Realms lore expert in the chat who knows this. But at least as far as games go, there's been 2 games where Baal having been dead is a major plot point. And there's also a game where Merkel having been dead was a major plot point. So I thought that was cool. First day here, just have to say, listening to you explain the lore with such detail and seeing Withers coming to big naturals almost killed me. We're multifaceted here. Welcome in.
As it was, so it is again.
A hero has risen from a legacy of death.
This fucking guy.
Oh, I am alive. Thanks to our skeletal traveling companion, no doubt. Every breath in
Yeah,
this place.
yeah. You're alive because of him. Sure.
I will return to
Sure.
camp. The air is cleaner there.
Something good here, I hope.
Yeah, what was the question? How can Merkel be dead? I don't know. He did it. Did I learn Halcyon as a dialogue where he doesn't mention Naycher? Only the one line, though. He doesn't have any others.
At this point, nobody can control the brain, and it knows it. We must seize the third stone.
My second version of my Evil Dirge run is getting me amped. Love to hear that. I don't play Dirge terribly often. I played a lot of Dirge in like my earlier hours of this game, but I really like playing around with the Origin runs. So I try to mix it up pretty frequently. But I do enjoy watching in particular, the Act 3 Dirge cutscenes when I get here. It's a nice rare treat. Merkel was killed in a duel with Mystra in the skies over the city of Waterdeep during the time of troubles. However, Merkel infused a sinister artifact called the Crown of Horns with the remnants of his essence and teleported it away. There you go. First version got nuked because a Saurian slut shamed me, decided to kill him and broke the game. I have many questions.
What's it now? Take your pick.
Cucumber because too much money. Cannot relate. I do love me some Crimson Mischief. Now this does let me go hand crossbow mode, which we haven't done any today. Hellfire hand crossbow, Firestoker. Guess we go greater health. No real reason not to. Let's go here. I'm gonna want to do Drake Throat. I guess for now I don't need to. Let's go Eversight Ring. And Strange Conduit makes sense. That away. I have enjoyed using Blightbringer. Maybe that's what I use in combat against Raphael, because slowing him like that would be very funny. letting Raphael get turns is a courtesy. Almost there. We did it. Hi again. Hi, Smell it. He didn't appreciate you sleeping around? Well, I mean, I feel like maybe that's different than slut shaming, no? Like, if you and he didn't specifically have an open arrangement and he was like, yeah. Nah. I think that's valid. Now, depending on how you play it, you can be in a situation where he doesn't really care who you fool around with. But that sort of requires making him worse.
Forgive the mess. Your blood. If you'd come and...
But unfortunately, that making him worse thing is something you can absolutely do on an evil run.
What's that?
So it remains an option for you. Worse mechanically or worse personally? Worse personally.
And now that you're here...
You just have to dehumanize him to the point where he views you as an object rather than a person, so he doesn't care who you fuck. That's all.
Explosive.
Stop that. Oraj, you told me.
Your vandalism
You
has been
told
spotted.
me.
Your apology.
You told me to drink that.
Not for...
This is incredible. All it needs.
She told me to drink it.
Until next time.
You told me to. Okay, so what do we have left? We still haven't done our first long rest in the act. I could try to save Minsk before that. So we have that, so we can have Minsk for the first dirge scene. Which doesn't make sense now that I'm cured, but... do it anyway. I don't need to wear the spunk boots for a bit. I do want a Drake throat, though.
As a transcript of a conversation with Archduke Gortash.
What was I doing? I am very ADHD today. Like, we got a fight? Cool, I'm on it. We got, lore things? Cool, I'm on it. We got Wither's heaving, desiccated, quadruple decker, I'm running out of D things to say. You know, tits? Yeah. But, remembering where I was walking? Nah, I got nothing. His favorite knuckle to crack? Mine's the pointer finger, mine is the moose knuckle. Forgot about that one. Yesterday was a small contest. Oh yeah, yeah, we did do that.
To be gone for good.
You go in and out of the House of Hope to use the jacuzzi? Yep. As long as you do not kill Raphael, the bathwater stays on, and you can come and go from the house as you please as long as you don't alert any of the debtors. Don't forget your disguise. Also, don't dye it and don't transmog it. Yeah. Which of the Dragonborn breath weapons wasn't an action refresh? Just the fire ones. So, red and brass. And gold? Just the fire ones, specifically. I don't remember how many there are. But it's the fire ones. Using Raphael's house just to shower like the interstate Starbucks that it is. No, the House of Hope is IKEA. Because there's this undertone of despair at all times, and there's some meatballs. But mostly the first part. We're all showering at Starbucks, are you not? Weird thing to admit.
Oh, sorry.
There's enough offerings in here for a trip to the vault. Off you go.
Shower at Starbucks? I feel like if you're persistent enough, you can shower anywhere.
Rejoice.
Shower at Burger King like a true American.
Supplicant. What tribute? An intercession to another of the first circle. A rusting pollute. Find the master. Glorious wave, mother.
Fuck is going on in Starbucks in the States? Mostly gun violence. Like how we got several different answers. We got mostly gun violence, mass homelessness mostly, and showering. Golden showers at Starbucks? Oh. This is like college. I know someone who showered at KFC for like 2 weeks. You can shower at KFC? That's a long shower. Nice.
This calls for careful footwork.
On violence with a side of despair and desperation for basic human needs. Yith. Boycotting Starbucks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't partake. They are historically shitty. accidentally hit my Windows key. Forgot these all need to be set to not ask.
Moving ahead.
So greetings, hey comrade, mayonnaise. What's gonna get from Starbucks is a shower.
Let's see.
Had a coworker shower in the mop sink at work one time. It is what it is. We had to be like, hey, you can't do that for health safety reasons. Yeah, like I don't begrudge doing what you gotta do when and how you gotta do it. Especially in areas like that. But, you know. Yeah.
I don't need any attention right now. These boots have seen everything.
Forgot I keep on it. Makes that a lot easier. Oh. He died in 2 shots. Is he okay? See, we hit him for 14-2-6-4. He started burning. And we hit him for 8-5. 5, 17, 6, 9, 12, 11, 10, 8. And then the burning tick.
Don't waste a step.
You can walk it off? Yeah. That's true. He can pull himself up by his bootstraps. And just stop being dead. It's the problem with this generation. I make that joke too often. Don't shake it off like a man. I miss when men were masculine. When they wore skin tight onesies and had long hair and lipstick and called me the morning after and what were we talking about?
Know that we too shall gladly follow when our time has come. Is it? May
Can't pull myself up by my boob straps. They're not supportive enough. Good luck, brother. Sorry for perpetuating depressing stuff. May I ask a lower question I don't think I've ever seen answered? Do we ever find out how exactly Mizora got trapped by the Mind Flayers? She specifically decides not to answer because I think she's embarrassed. Like, you can tell her, hey, you never told me, and she's like, yeah, that's right, I didn't. And that's all you get. Now, unless there's more information in a note or something somewhere, as far as I know, that's all the info you get. Embarrassed? Did she get honey shaft? Oh no. That's now in the canon for me.
Those clanking great steel watches.
Hey, Felicia. I can't unthink that one. We're gonna run with that? Cool. Trying to think of other fights we can pick where we'd be all stealthy. We could fight the Grease. Fire resistance right now? I don't. Reverse Rain Cloak would go crazy. It's a rare instance of Grimskull Helm beats out Helm of Baldurin, because I want the fire resistance. Can't think of anything else you'd be embarrassed by.
Don't know how to swim.
Yeah, fair enough.
Must have been some other oozing, stinking lump floating down.
Just out of view. Can't risk being in open view. Take you first. To be cautious.
Took damage from the death burst and that pulled me into the combat.
No choice but to keep going.
Boo. I'm helping everyone write their headcanons. Cat. Cat. Nice car. Thank you. The motor's running a lot. Also, the emissions are pretty stanky. Yeah, there was no world where that was gonna work. Forgot about the lava elemental thing. That could be pretty bad for me, actually. Because now you're a lava elemental. Magma methods can try to disarm me. Alright, so I gotta stop screwing around. Jake the cat and Quag the human. Fun. Legally distinct. Desired outcome, actually. They not like her? I forgot to actually open that door. We go over here though. Oh no, fireball! Oh no! Well, 10 damage. What am I gonna do? He had Draconic Elemental Affinity, so I took an extra 5. I'm so screwed. Oh, I lived. That was a close one. Should have put on Snowburst Ring. Still can, I guess. That's why. The crits on many targets makes me bust many nuts. Real. Heat metal. Do it. Thank you. He's making lava. Hey, he remembered he can fly. No. He can do it twice? 8 damage? That's how much they took from going through a fire surface. Thanks to stream, probably off before I get back. Probably, Wrath. Thanks for hanging out. And for the good talks. Look at this fire sorcerer. Reddit told me this is the best build. Did he fail to kill me because he didn't have Band of the Mystic Scoundrel? Would that have helped? Nah, he didn't have Quicken Spell. Oh, that's true, that's true. Did he even remember his Charisma ASIs? No, he did, he did. He had that going for him. And he made sure to have bad strength and dex. That's important. This is the hand crossbow problem. I don't have the range. You know, it does have the range.
Let's have a look.
You need those bombs later. Oh, that's true.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Low strength, low dex, upcast fireball. Got it thanks to the build recommendation, of course.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Alright, time to skulk about. This calls for careful footwork. I don't need any attention right now. Breathe quiet. Move with care. Best be on my way.
Barton.
To be cautious. They should all be running.
So Quag shutter all the way through my screen. Discovery emotes. Danny made that one. It's a 7TV one. Back to the Nautilus, yeah. You remember when they had to clarify the tooltip on this because people were fixating on Reddit, like, okay, how do you wake this guy up? And then Larian had to be like, you don't. It's okay. He's for show.
What's in here?
Can't wake up.
Don't want to draw any attention. That water looks tainted. Better to avoid it.
Man's eepy.
And move. Softer than a whisper. Can't risk being in open view. If everyone else minds their business.
Yeah, good fight. Can you wake him up before you go? He wakes up when September ends. Oh, okay. Very proud of all of you. Well done.
Very well. Looks jammed. No use. It's blocked.
I don't need to open this anyway. I was just here for the fight. Can't explain it, but the specific section of the sewers reminds me of Ratatouille. It's been long enough since I've seen Ratatouille that I don't remember any of the finer details, so I will refrain from judging and just nod along with you. I'm to parallel play my janky MacBook BG3 game with a mousepad I had to make from scraps of paper. I'm insane. But you installed the game and stuff? For a second, I thought you were saying you were playing BG3 on paper, but I was like, say that again. I do like the build, looks both strong and fun. It's pretty funny. Just pew-pewing things down from outside of combat. Like, with this level of damage, we're not meaningfully affected by not being a halfling. This Sphere build being the only time that halfling is good. Really can't stress that enough. Halfling is only good if you are doing stealth archery.
What's inside?
Yeah, it's just, it's funny. And ultimately, I am still a Naycher, Cleric, and Monk for when it does come time to do combat stuff. There's enough baldy 7TV emotes for me to ask respectfully but indirectly if you're bald? No. No. Not gonna claim to have great hairline genetics or anything, but no, not bald. else can I fight? We're kind of running out of things. Went from PS5 to Mac to PC, so I already had it. I had to wait 12 hours to update on hotel Wi-Fi. Ugh. That's the kind of wait, the specific kind of wait I don't do well with. When you know it should be going faster, but you know there's nothing you can do to make it go faster. There's a game you could roleplay in, like at a table. Maybe on top of a table. And you 3D print those RNG number shapes and actually roll it on the table. Alright, but what do we call it? I think we should call it Scrabble. What do you think? Sounds woke, I'm out. Oh. Okay, bye. Dyson stuff, the game. Widgets and worms? Answers and asylums. Okay.
Enough play, Stone.
Dungeons and Dragons. What are we bragging about?
Let the absolute now comes the.
Okay, y'all have fun. Alright, enjoy them fighting. I'll be back in a few minutes. And back. Man, they're getting like nothing done in this fight. Did the boss win yet? Is it appropriate on challenge round to waste inspiration painting a mustache in black if my impulse to reject authority actually harm me? I mean, it doesn't do anything for you. But I waste inspos all the time. So, like, I ain't gonna judge you. No, Jake, this isn't... He thinks all food is his. Are they done here?
Out of sight, out of mind.
Car demands fuel. Okay, they are done.
Right. Time to skulk about.
Hey, I didn't know you were there.
Just out of view. Don't want to draw any attention. Breathe quiet. Move with care. That's a friendly looking shadow. If everyone else minds their business. Can't risk being in open view.
Input got eaten a little bit there.
Skulk about. Should mind my step.
Dopamine activated, critical success in the inspo burn. Wonderful.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Stealth failed, but... damage. Correct decisions still made. I'm gonna patch stealth archery out of the game. Alright, enough slip. Now you. Thank you. The bugs weren't necessary, I just felt like it. Intrusive thought.
Never wanted the easy path. These footprints
But
started
Cunning
in
Broom
the
stealthing sick as hell. It's very fun. Remember, you can just do this, like... This is a very cheap cloak you could buy from Mattis early in Act 2. You can get Eversight Ring at about the same point. So you can just do that. You could do Cunning Broom stuff in combat if you, either reserve an action for disengage, or you pick up bonus action disengage from either monk or rogue. And it's really, really good. I particularly like Cloak of Cunning Broom on thieves, because you can use a bonus action disengage to blind everyone around you, which gives you advantage. And then you still have a bonus action to do whatever you want with.
Open up.
People arrive with bugs. Jake, what are you doing? He's sulking. Why are you burrowing there? As far as I know, this Revenant Scourge passive doesn't work. Never has. So this is just a +2. Which means it's worse than Hellfire, or, you know, Watcher Crossbow. The stream straight up jaking it. Like, what is he doing back there? Oh, he's chewing on my phone charger. Sir, that's not food. He was sulking. Hey. Why are you like this? That's not an answer. My guy wants to know if Jake also likes to lick tape. Lick, no. Chew, yes. Very well. Chew. Hey, why are you taking the egg? Bring that egg back. People arrive with a arrest warrant for stealing the egg. Yeah, I don't get the cactus thing.
Softer than a whisper.
Good place, I figured. Got a good place for you right here.
I can taste your thoughts, coward.
I'm offering a hug.
So I may spill them on the ground.
Right.
Oh, not that hugging, but there's an earthquake. quit for bed plan, just on wall, blue spectator, need to relax for a bit. Hey, nice job, stuff. Doing a solo run, unbalanced, under ranger, nice. Solo is a huge increase in like demands in the game, even on the lower difficulties, so that's cool. I don't think it's that unreasonable to call solo balance on par with group tactician. Like, four character tactician, solo balanced. Probably around the same level if you ask me. Two missed. It's Whisker. Doing my first solo run on Custom Explorer. What that says about me? Nothing. Doesn't say anything about you at all. Failed my first couple pretty early, getting them to swing of it out. Yeah, just calibrating the brain for solo is the whole thing. Fighting Jaheira? This isn't Jaheira. Yeah. Jaheira. Much better practice solo balance or duo honor. Probably duo honor just because below tactician a lot of enemies are not capable of doing some of their most relevant abilities, and then on honor even more are added in. Explosive blood moment. It's unfortunate. It's actually fun. I did start multiple runs of Tactician to balance full party honor. Is the first one I did finish. I've never done full party honor, not with all the characters controlled by me. I jumped right into solo. Most I've done is duo. I've done 4-player honor, but with all the players, with all the characters controlled by players. Done that 2 separate times. But yeah. Controlling more than 2 characters at once is not something I've done since before honor mode came out. Don't die from the bleed, that'd be very annoying for me. The damn explosive blood is causing issues too.
Against the...
Get rid of him. Don't be foolish. He is too unpredictable. He will only be a hindrance to us. Fine.
His mind is rage. The instant...
There.
In the sun, the same.
You.
enjoying having just one character to think about. Yeah, micromanaging a bunch is not fun after a while. Explosive blood been there, sister. A women. Really got the benefit of explosive blood damage. So like, let's say I'm in a group of enemies, and there's a torch, like let's say a standing torch of brazier next to me. Someone hits me. My blood is explosive. It makes a blood surface, but then it touches the fire, which causes it to explode, deals fire damage to everyone around, and inflicts burning to everyone around. That's damage.
My friend, from our brief sharing of skulls, I know you have faced many strange beings, but none like this. Whatever happens, show
And
no
you can
fear
also use
and
the fire
stay
surface that
your
results
hand.
from that for all sorts of mechanics. Like there's an amulet that makes your spells do extra things if you're standing in a fire or an acid surface. Most time you get burned yourself, you can get immunity to that. Like I have 2 damage reduction from my armor, and fire resistance. So the only reason the fire is able to damage me at all is because I'm also getting extra damage from my dagger. But if you equip the reverse rain cloak, for example, you're immune to the burning condition. So it doesn't do anything to you. It's everyone else's problem. Something to build into.
Means he says we will join with you.
Love Minsk. Minsk is great. Usually give it to Carla because she has fire resistance. She does. There's a lot of gear that gives fire resistance. It's one of the easiest ones to come by, but Tieflings having it natively is quite nice. I tend to pick up fire resistance on my Rangers, so I really like having it on Ranger.
I'll feel that one later.
That.
No time.
Relatable. 9 fingers would show me your 10th. It's me. I'm her 10th, 11th, and 12th finger. Any reason to side with the Zent here? If you want a harder fight. If you want, for some reason, to be able to trade with Roa, if she is, for some reason, still alive at this point. That requires you not killing her in Act 2, and then not killing her in the room with Minsk. And then also siding with the Zents here. So, like, no, but that's what happens. That's your reward. Uncanny dodge, cut that damage. You leave Lady Lockjaw alone. Bro is barely doing damage. Look at this Battle Master going full bore, blowing all his resources. Does half of this rogue's HP. Doesn't have any new items in Act 3? Nope. There is no reason not to kill Roa in Act 2. Critical miss. Lady Lawshaw's on, I think I'm in high school. Wait. I'm waiting. Like, he's even blind now? Snapbone, 3-piece, Bad Twin Bubbins, and Elliot. I'll get mad at my ice surface. Down here. No? Oh. You kill him then. Wasn't watching, thought you were just spitting bars for a minute. I appreciate your vote of confidence that I could do such a thing.
So the guild, what are you having?
Suppose I should have seen that. I'm too nice for my. You'll have what guild blades I can give when the time.
Bye bye. There's really not much left. Like, if I really wanted this run over with, I could go beat the game in the next 10 minutes. But I'm down to stretch this out into another session. Gives me more time to decide what my next run's gonna be, too, right? Effectively, we just have Steel Watch, Iron Throne, Answer to do. I was thinking about Gortash. Stealth archery on Gortash works fine until he transforms. At which point, it can work. I'll just need to switch to sticking a paralytic to him. So yeah, maybe we'll do that for the funsies as well. We got Mystic Carry and we got Leroic and Saravok. We still got a few bosses we can mess around with that are like off the beaten path. Act 3 can't be too long as a cleric. Yeah, you just get too much done. Ever play Cosplay Run or something like that? Like what do you mean Cosplay Run? I don't understand the question. While you answer that, I'm gonna look for someone to raid. We're ending it here. Let's see who's playing. Yump is on. Sunrun's on. Is Yump accepting raids today? Let's see. Cool, yeah. Let's raid Yump. She's doing her Soloana run as a paladin Leon S. Kennedy. Yes, that Leon S. Kennedy. Which is very fun. Like, create a character based on fictional character power similar to BG3. Yeah, I did a Expedition 33 Lune run. That was fun. I was caster classes only, no weapons equipped ever, and no shoes equipped ever. That was a funny run. But yeah, say hi to Yump. If you got my emails, feel free to jiggle. Nightbot's a fake fan, so it can't, but it looks like this. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you very, very much. Bye-bye.